Check. 1, 2.
Yes, what we can do. Yes, what we can do. Yes, we are now ready to serve and also we request exhibitors who are outside to come back to the room and also all the participants get seated, please. Appreciate.
So I was just asking, do you need to get an official song in the meeting or in other things entertainment? I'm a vision.
ujenzi wa taifa letu Kenya, watutegemea sisi. Kumepambazuka tena, twendeni tufanye kazi. Ujenzi wa taifa letu Kenya, watutegemea sisi.
Chukua hiyo ingine yao. Hedi hao. Alafu ujenzi tunafanya ukifanya
wafuatao sheria za Bwana na kutenda yaliyo ya haki.
Heri wenye kumtii Yehova
Na kwa moyo wanamtafuta na kufuata hizo njia zake.
hawakutenda ukatili, wamezifuata hizo njia zake.
Wewe umetupa mawaidha yako, ili sisi tuyatii zote.
Ningependa
Njia zangu ziwe ni dhabiti, ningependa Mungu nifuate amri zako, ndipo mimi sitaaibika, nikifuata maagizo yako. Akusifu kwa moyo wa unyofu, akusifu kwa moyo wa unyofu. Nisafishe njia zako, ni kwa kutii na kufuata njia zako. Umetafuta usiniache neno lako, Bwana, kutenda dhambi sitaki. Neno la Bwana litasimama imara huko mbinguni. Niwe wako milele, nisife na dhambi. Chakutumaini sina.
Good morning once again. We are starting right now. Please get seated. If you are outside, please get seated. We have enough spaces upstairs, and you are going to access that space from the registration desk. And still, we have some spaces here also. Please occupy them, specifically the red ones. Welcome back.
Chakutumaini sina. kutosha, dhambi zangu kuziosha. Tabu tumaini sina, damu yake Bwana, wema wa kutosha, dhambi zangu kuziosha. Nasimama, Yesu nasimama mimi, mwambani salama. Yesu nasimama mimi, mwambani nasimama. Yesu nasimama mimi, mwambani salama. Yesu nasimama mimi, mwambani salama. Njia yangu iwe ndefu, unipa wokovu, bila kunitika njia yangu iwe ndefu, unipa wokovu, bila kunitika nasimama, Yesu nasimama mimi, mwambani salama. Yesu nasimama mimi, mwambani nasimama. Yesu nasimama mimi, mwambani salama. Yesu nasimama mimi, damu yake na sadaka tegemea daima, chini ya kisha Mwokozi atanitosha. Damu yake na sadaka tegemea daima, chini ya kisha nasimama, Yesu nasimama mimi, mwambani salama. Yesu nasimama mimi, mwambani nasimama. Yesu nasimama mimi, mwambani salama. Yesu nasimama mimi, nikienda hukumuni, kwa haki yake sina hofu mbele zake. Nikienda hukumuni, kwa haki yake sina hofu mbele zake. Yesu nasimama mimi, mwambani salama. 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 Chako tumaini sina, damu yake Bwana, wema wa kutosha, dhambi zangu kuziosha. Chako tumaini sina, damu yake Bwana, wema wa kutosha, dhambi zangu kuziosha. Nasimama Yesu nasimama mimi, nasimama. Yesu nasimama mimi, mwambani salama. Yesu nasimama, ndiye mwambani salama.
Itariwa.
Tuzingatie mbinu mpya za ukulima ili tupate mazao bora. Maonyesho ya kilimo yameinua taifa letu. Maonyesho ya kilimo yameinua bidii ya wakulima. Maonyesho ya kilimo yameinua uchumi wetu. Maonyesho ya kilimo yameinua taifa letu. Maonyesho ya kilimo yameinua bidii ya wakulima. Maonyesho ya kilimo yameinua uchumi wetu. Wizara ya Kilimo yaelimisha wananchi wa Kenya katika kuimarisha mbinu mpya za ukulima ili tupate mazao bora. Wizara ya Kilimo yaelimisha wananchi wa Kenya katika kuimarisha mbinu kote nchini ili tupate mazao bora. Maonyesho ya kilimo yameinua taifa letu. Maonyesho ya kilimo yameinua bidii ya wakulima. Maonyesho ya kilimo yameinua uchumi wetu. Maonyesho ya kilimo yameinua taifa letu. Maonyesho ya kilimo yameinua bidii ya wakulima. Maonyesho ya kilimo yameinua uchumi wetu. Tukuze sayansi, teknolojia kwa ukulima wetu.
Na utafiti utaimarisha kilimo Kenya.
Tukuze sayansi, teknolojia kwa ukulima wetu.
Na utafiti utaimarisha kilimo Kenya.
Tukuze sayansi, teknolojia kwa ukulima wetu.
Na utafiti utaimarisha kilimo Kenya.
Wakulima wote wanafurahia juhudi zetu.
Na utafiti utaimarisha kilimo Kenya.
Wakulima wote wanafurahia juhudi zetu.
Na utafiti utaimarisha kilimo Kenya.
Wakulima wote wanafurahia juhudi zetu.
Na utafiti utaimarisha kilimo Kenya.
Wakenya jamani, tuwe na bidii
Tuimarishe
kilimo Kenya. Wakenya jamani, tuwe na bidii
tuimarishe kilimo Kenya.
taifa la Kenya natutegemea.
Tuimarishe kilimo Kenya.
Uchumi wa Kenya natutegemea.
Tuimarishe kilimo Kenya.
Tukuze sayansi, teknolojia kwa ukulima wetu.
Na utafiti utaimarisha kilimo Kenya.
Tukuze sayansi, teknolojia kwa ukulima wetu.
Na utafiti utaimarisha kilimo Kenya.
Wakenya jamani, tuwe na bidii.
Tuimarishe kilimo Kenya.
Wakenya jamani, tufanye bidii.
Tuimarishe kilimo Kenya.
Taifa la Kenya natutegemea.
Tuimarishe kilimo Kenya.
Taifa la Kenya natutegemea.
Tuimarishe kilimo
Uchumi wa Kenya natutegemea.
kilimo Kenya. Na tuimarishe kilimo Kenya.
Good morning. Good morning. I know it has been very hot out there. First, our very, very sincere apologies for starting late. We really apologize. We intended to start on time. So we'll start our program. I just want to start with a word of prayer, and then we shall move along and we'll have our national anthem. Our choir is ready. You can see how beautiful and handsome our Kalro choir looks. We welcome your presence. We thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. So welcome to Kalro headquarters. We'll have our national anthem. I think we shall remain standing. We shall start with the Kenya national anthem and then the East Africa. Thank you so much. We may be seated as I invite Rose to come and give us her poem. And the choir, I would suggest the choir, you can come. The choir.
Yes. Oh, yes. Kalro. What am I saying? What am I saying? Kenya Agricultural Research and Livestock Organization. Kalro is a corporate body created under the KAL Act number 17 of the year 2013. It is a successor of 4 research institutions: Kenya Agricultural Research Institute, Coffee Research Foundation, Tea Research Foundation, Kenya Sugar Research Foundation. The organization has 52 centers, sub-centers, field stations all over the country. With a new and expanded setup, Kalro brings together research programs in food crops, horticultural and industrial crops, natural resource management, socio-economics, coffee, tea, sugar, genetic research, just to mention but a few. Its mission is to promote excellence in agricultural and livestock research towards improved or transformed life. Its mission is to conduct agricultural research through application of science, technology, and what am I saying? To conduct agricultural research in science, technology, and innovation. To catalyze sustainable growth and development in agriculture and livestock through agricultural product value chains. Listen, the only thing to do with good information is to pass it on. It is never of no one use to oneself. Today, Kalro is showcasing and passing on some good advice. Hello? The launch of the strategic plan, the second strategic plan. Once again, the launch of the second strategic plan 2023 to 2027-2028. Ladies and gentlemen, as we participate in this event, as we walk about in our exhibitions, as we plan to engage and implement this SP, we need not be reminded that agriculture remains the mainstay of Kenya's economy and the only source of livelihood in the rural population. And it is likely to be so for many, many years to come. I rest my case.
I thought you'd applaud them. Yeah, they've done a good job, isn't it? We shall be calling them back shortly. Our chairman of the board of Kalro directors, the Honorable Peter Weru, the Kalro board members, all development partners present, the CGIR representatives, our Director General Kalro, CEOs who are here, board chairpersons who are here, the chairperson of staff, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Is it no, it's still morning. Oh, it feels like afternoon. Good morning. Good morning. So we want to do just introductions, but because of time and because we are many, we may not go individual by individual, but I'll just say our board members, they'll raise their hands or stand and then you'll know them. Then when we see CEOs or chairs, I'll just request that you stand so that we can acknowledge you. I know we have also members online, and we welcome you to this launch for today. We are happy to have you also, and you've been so patient while online. And so that is how I'll do the introductions, and I'll kindly request and humbly request, if I call your category, you can be able to just stand and wave, because if I gave each one here time to introduce themselves, we'll be here for the rest of the day. So our board members, we are privileged to have our board members today. The chair will be introduced later on. Yeah, thank you. Karibuni sana. CEOs who are here, we have some CEOs, and if you are a representative of a CEO, you can just stand. We acknowledge you, please. CEOs and representatives of the CEOs, come. We are very happy to have you here. The chairs, any chairs of the board here, any representative of the chairs of any board. Okay, thank you. Karibu sana. Farmers. We have farmers in our midst, farmers, wakulima. Karibuni sana. We are happy to have you here. Development partners. We have some of our development partners in our midst. Oh, okay, I thought you were standing. So then our staff members, I know the chair is here, but staff members, the CEO of staff, yeah, karibu sana, and the members of staff, thank you so much. Staff is Seed Trade Association of Kenya. Kalro staff, yeah, I was expecting it to be a majority. Asanteni sana. Okay. I would like to acknowledge our online participants. Understand we have over 100 participants who have been patient and who are still with us. So welcome. I don't know that I've forgotten any category. I said staff members, CGIR. We have our colleagues. I call them colleagues because we work very closely with all CGI. Thank you. Welcome. We have other partners. Yes, private sector. Yes. Yeah, welcome. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, any other partners I've left out? Thank you. Oh, there are other people up there. So thank you so much. Welcome to Kalro headquarters. I know our DG will be doing the welcoming remarks. I just want to call our choir back for a few moments again, just to take us through some entertainment, and then we'll move on with the program. Choir members, good.
Our guest of honor, sir, Director General, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocol observed. Our choir will be doing one song that is a common tune in our household. We are simply saying, amka, tuende tufanye kazi. We need to increase our per capita income. We need to enhance food security for national growth. So welcome, amka.
Kumepambazuka tena, twendeni tufanye kazi. Ujenzi wa taifa letu Kenya, watutegemea sisi.
Maonyesho ya kulima nchini Kenya. Hongera tena sana wakulima. Tujitosheleze kwa ndilo lengo letu wana Kenya. Mashamba tu hata makampuni. Lengo letu ni moja, kujenga Kenya. Tumunge mkono rais wetu. Kenya taifa letu, serikali ni ya Wanakenya wote, si mkubwa wala si mdogo.
Kumepambazuka tena, twendeni tufanye kazi. Ujenzi watutegemea sisi.
Na ukipewa kazi hukumu kwa sababu ya kabila lako, kazi umepewa kulingana na uwezo wako. Kwa hivyo usigawanye wananchi, Wakenya ni jamii moja.
Kumepambazuka wataifa Kenya, watutegemea sisi. Kumepambazuka Kenya, twendeni tufanye kazi. Ujenzi wa taifa letu Kenya, watutegemea sisi.
Our Kalro choir. These are homegrown, and we are very happy to have them whenever we have a good event like this one. We are going to have just about a few people to talk about what we're exhibiting today, so that you can have a feel of some of the technologies we have there. And we would like to request these technologies are for you to take and commercialize, as some of our partners, you are able to commercialize them. So we want to partner with you. I would like to invite Dr. James Garanja to come and talk about the maize he's exhibiting. Where is James Garanja? Please come. And I hope everyone got an opportunity to walk in our exhibitions to see what is there. That is just, just a little of what Kalro does. We do much more here. Oh.
Good morning. Thank you very much for coming and to witness the good things that Kalro has been doing and it is doing towards feeding our nation. So I'm here studying on behalf of the maize breeders, and we all know that maize is food. We always say that if there is no maize, there is no food. Doesn't matter whether in Nairobi or you are deep in the village, but what is important is that we all depend on this maize. So we are aware that this crop has been faced by several challenges, and I like categorizing them into only 3 challenges. The first one is the drought. So when we don't have rain, we talk about drought. If we don't have drought, we have the rains. And then we have the diseases. And when we don't have the diseases, we have the pest. So we know that Of late, we have been faced by the three challenges. Drought, since 2018, we have struggled with it. Now we have the rains. And now that we have the rains, we have the diseases and we have the pest. So what has Kalro does? Kalro has developed several varieties that are drought tolerant. And that is why, if you look at what we are displaying there, we have adopted the word ukame, meaning the varieties that we are now displaying, they are drought tolerant, zinastahimili ukame. That means even when with the little rains, even in our lowlands, these varieties, they can still give the farmer something. When we come to the diseases, we know areas of Bomet, areas of Kisii, areas of Nyamira, parts of Nakuru, parts of Narok, all the way to the Lake region since 2012. They have been facing the challenge of the maize rhizome necrosis disease. This is a disease that came as a result of, we don't want to blame the climate change, but we might have to say it's because of the climate change. Because the causative agents, that is the two viruses, they were existing individually without causing any havoc. But maybe to the climate change, these two viruses, I like using the word marriage, they decided to marry each other and now coexist together, and the disease has now been a big challenge. What did we do? Together with our partners, the likes of CIMIT, our private and developers, we sat together and we came up with good varieties that now been able to withstand these diseases. These are also some of the varieties that also we are displaying out there, and they are being tested. Some are in the market. The demand is still high. We can still not be able to reach each and every farmer. And that's why we display them here so that our partners, the private company, can see them, pick them, produce the seed, and reach the farmers. Even before we solved that problem, 2017, we held the fall armyworm, which is still a major challenge up to date. We have the good lanes, the fertilizer has been given out, our farmers have worked tirelessly in their farm, planting on time, but even as we sit here, our farmers are still crying because of the fall armyworm. What do we do? Together with our partners, we also came together and developed some varieties that are also tolerant. These varieties, we just released them last year. Of course, following our guidelines in the country, they have to be gazetted. They were gazetted last year. And what have we done? We have now, our main goal is to produce the parental seed. We have all the parental seed for the varieties that we have said, including the fall armyworm, the three of them. If you want the parental seed, please talk to our DG, and then you'll be able to get the parental seed, start bulking. And we are requesting our seed companies as quick as possible. Let's work together, avail the drought-tolerant varieties, avail the rain-tolerant varieties, and avail the fall armyworm-tolerant varieties to our farmers so that we can be able to increase our production from the 39 million bags to our vision 2050 is to have this country produce 86 million bags. That means we'll become the exporter of maize. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karanja. I'll now also invite David Karanja on legumes, especially beans.
Thank you very much, Dr. McKinney, and to everybody else for coming up. maybe you'd like to know that Kenya produces only 650,000 metric tons of beans, and we consume 750,000 metric tons. That means we bought about 150,000 metric tons. And that is not in line with what the government wants. So in the bean program, together with our main partner, SIAT, we have been working on varieties that, one, they are fast cooking, and that means they can go for industrial processing. Also, when they are fast cooking, you save on firewood, and you also save on charcoal and water. Then secondly, we have been looking at the nutrition, because beans are consumed by nearly everybody, and especially the people at the lower end of the economic scale. Beans become their meat. So then we bring in beans with the high levels of iron and zinc. Then also we have been looking at the school feeding. There is no reason why we should have special diets in our schools. And special diets come about because the kids are fed with beans that has chemicals or compounds that are not soft on the stomach. And some of the kids, the teachers will say they have stomach ulcers and things like that. So the bean varieties that are being released in the country have that compounds that cause that, they are very low. Then we also need to combine the varieties with the agronomy. It means our farmers and all our partners, we have to have a behavioral change in the way we produce beans, so that we can double the production of beans in about 3 years, from 650,000 metric tons to 1.2 million metric tons. And that we will be able to consume everything and export. So some of the varieties are either drought tolerant, some are disease tolerant. Like disease tolerant varieties, especially the root rot that is common in Western Kenyan high potential areas. There are varieties in the red mottled class like KK Arus Coco 194 from Kalro Kakamega. We have in the small red market class, KK Red 16 and KK that 3. Then on the drought side, which also caters within a lot of the country, we have a red mottled bean that is also very good for industrial processing, Nyota, and thanks to the about 14 companies that have requested and already marketing that variety. The bean program, we're also trying to make sure farmers have a behavioral change towards using certified seed, because that's a drawback that has been there, and then getting more agrovests to be on board. So in our calculations, every seed company getting beans and getting there, I think we shouldn't fear about competition, because more and more farmers, small scale and large scale, are coming on board to be able to absorb these beans. Then apart from that, we have other crops like green grams. We have some that are large seeded, what the market requires for export. We have cowpeas that will also do well. At the pigeon peas, there are some like mitoke that are required both for export and local consumption, and they are fast maturing. So kindly you can come across the stud and be able to see those. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David Karanja, for taking us through the legumes. We are working very closely even on other crops, especially if you know about the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. We are also addressing those pillars, and we are working on rice. So I'd like to invite Dr. Ruth Musila to come and tell us more on what we are doing on rice and what we have out there on rice.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, I want to talk about rice. We know that currently rice is very important. We are actually importing 11% of what we consume, meaning that currently we are producing about 200,000 metric tons. Over 1 million is being imported. And we know that in our country, we can be able to meet the demand. Rice actually is produced in 3 ecologies in Kenya. We have the irrigated, we have the rain-fed, and we have the upland. But when it comes to the irrigated, the major problem has been that the varieties which farmers are growing, they are very low yielding. They are varieties which have been grown over 30 years ago. And you find that the yields are quite low. But working with partners, Kalro working together with partners, we have been able to come up with very good varieties. Actually, we say that they are climate smart varieties. And one of these varieties is one of the varieties we have really promoted. We have the Komboka rice variety. It's a variety which can be grown under irrigated ecology. It can also be grown under the rain-fed ecology. And this variety produces about 6.5 to 7 tons per hectare. When you go to the coast region, that is the Bura, the Tana, the Taveta, that is actually the major variety which is being grown in that region. When actually we started promoting that variety in the Upper Tana, we only had around 700 acres being grown on rice. But right now, when you go there, we have around 5,000 acres under Komboka. And therefore, we would like this variety actually to be promoted more in Kenya. The challenge is that we do not have enough seed, and therefore we would like to invite investors, those who would want to engage in seed production, to come actually for the basic seed because it is available. The other varieties which you have been able to come up with, we have one we are calling Mukombozi, that is 0810. And this variety is early maturing. And when you grow it in Kenya, you can be able to grow it about 3 times per year. The yields, they are around 6 to 7 tons per hectare. The other variety is CSR 36. When you go to the coast region, we have a problem of salinity. This variety is very good for that region. We know that most of our soils in the coast region are affected by salt. So introducing this variety, it will be very good for that region. And we also have other varieties which are upland varieties, the Nericas. We know that the Nericas were introduced in 2009, but they had not picked up. But right now we have been having other partners who are actually providing things like rice mills, so that farmers, after they have harvested the paddy rice, they can be able to mill their paddy right in their homes. And that is actually increasing that production. So what I would like to say is that for all these varieties, remember we are importing a lot of rice, and our varieties, the way they are is that they can be able to replace those imports. When you go to our schools, institutions, what they are eating, they are the imported rice. Actually, basmati, we say, is for the high class. So these are the varieties we really want to promote, but our major challenge is who is going to assist us to have enough seed for the country. And that is why we are inviting investors, seed merchants to come and assist us so that we can be able to have these varieties in each and every ecology of Kenya. Therefore, through the DG, you can be able to be advised how you can be able to do this. And at Kalro, you'll be able to find the basic seed, the parental seed for these varieties. Thank you.
Thank you. so much, Ruth, for giving us the rice work we are doing. Of course, we are working with several other crops, but we just thought we'd highlight only a few because we may not have time if we do that for all what Kalro is doing. So we have only picked some of the crops. So for crops also, we'll have Dr. Nyongesa to come and talk about the potato, not the hot potato.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. First of all, let me congratulate the Director General and all of us on the launch of the strategic plan, which is about to take place. It will perhaps interest all of us to know that each one of us consumes about 42 kilos of potato per year. So that translates to around 2.2 million metric tons annually. So that is huge. And so that makes potato one of the key crops of food security and incomes in this country. Yet, production of this crop faces very many challenges. Among them, the varieties we grow in this country are mostly susceptible to diseases, a key one being red blight. So typically, some of the varieties which we have with a lot of demand are also susceptible. So for a farmer to produce, they require to apply very many fungicides, which is not sustainable. Another challenge we face is a shortage of seed, persistent. Year after year, season after season, we go through the same challenges of farmers not having adequate planting material. So those are the two main challenges. Kalro is a leader, a key player in the development of this important food crop and value chain. And we do this mainly by producing technologies to support the production of this, the production and sustainability of this value chain. I'm inviting the stakeholders who are here, and I'm happy looking in the audience. I see some of our partners who have helped us along this journey to come up with solutions to assist farmers in this country. So we have developed varieties which are adaptable to our conditions, so it makes it easy for farmers to produce, not relying heavily on the fungicides which I mentioned. Variety Shangi still remains the market leader. So we are inviting partners, investors, and seed companies to invest in this variety. But we have others. We have Unica, which is good for making chips. And we have a variety called Dutch Robin, which has been here for a long time. But now we have another one, which is a replacement for this Dutch Robin. And it is good for making crisps. It is at the tail end of the national performance testing with the regulator, but we have taken it out to test with some of our leading processors, and they are very happy with the parameters they get in this variety. So there are two opportunities for stakeholders to engage with us. One of them is commercialization of these profitable varieties. When you commercialize, you enter into a partnership with us, public-private partnership, that avails you the opportunity to multiply this seed and sell and make it an investment for yourself. But you also have an opportunity to partner with us as a grower. So you become licensed to produce seed under Kalro. So we invite you, we have out there in the exhibition some of these varieties and many more. When you come to Kalro Tingoni, you will see and interact more with the team working on these varieties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nyangesa. I'd like to invite Dr. Changwony to talk about livestock.
Thank you very much. I will speak a few words on the livestock exhibits that we have today, and then one of my colleagues will also join me to say a few, and then that will represent livestock to the department do in Kalro. We have exhibited a few of them today, and this what I will highlight for the purposes of letting our partners know what we have and what can be commercialized. And one of them will be, you will be able to see the sweet lupins. The sweet lupins are crops that we use in the formulation of livestock feeds. And the sweet lupins that we have today give us up to 2.5 tons of yield. The yield would be 2.5 tons per hectare. And of importance is to know the crude protein content of up to 40%, between 30 and 40%. And these are good for ingredients of poultry feeds, as well as dairy rations. And also for food formulation for any other livestock that you will need. So it's important for us to highlight this for the purposes of letting that our partners in the feed manufacturing industry to consider using these lupins, and we could produce them within Kalro and in sufficient quantities for us to be able to incorporate them into our feed manufacturing. Also, we do have molasses, urea, and mineral blocks that we call NutriCakes. NutriCakes shall be seen at the exhibition, and of importance is that these NutriCakes give us a crude protein content of up to 18.4%. That is very good for the purposes of raising our livestock. This increases the feed intake of the animals, and when we are feeding animals of low quality feeds, the ability of those low quality feeds and increase milk yield of up to 33% from your herd. So that is important. And farmers are these NutriCakes are in high demand wherever we have tried them. And we need to expand this, and our partners can also come to take up this for the purposes of commercialization. Commercial production is possible. It has been tried at the scale that we have been able to do in Kalro, and it can now be moved into all the areas that keep livestock for the purposes of increasing the productivity of our animals. We do also have a few equipments that I would request my sister, Dr. Maichomo, to come and mention. And specifically, I'm talking of the East Coast fever vaccine and the penside mastitis kits that at the ECF vaccine, as I mentioned. We also have sessile fly repellent for the purposes of minimizing disease challenge when it comes to trypanosomiasis in cattle. And they are being tested, and they are up now for the next stage, which will lead us towards commercialization of this. We have the repellent, which is twice effective in livestock protection than the current commercial repellent. And this also protects farmers and their livestock, and they are temperature and humidity stable. We also have the attractants. Attractants would attract the sessile flies away from the livestock and into the target traps, and for the purposes of eliminating them. So out there in the wild, in the grazing fields, we attract them away from the livestock using attractants, and these are twice effective in livestock protection also. than the currently commercially available repellents, and they protect the farmers and their livestock also. And they are also stable in terms of temperature and humidity. We also have 10 maize-based and sorghum-based rations for our livestock, be they poultry and ruminants, and they are available in various forms. So they can be. We have already tested these mixes, these rations, and they are good for the livestock. We have data for that. When we get to the stands, we should be able to see the ones that are there, and they are up for commercialization. We have 10 that we are displaying today, and many others out there within our centers and institutes that are ready for commercialization. As we move towards commercialization, like my colleagues in crops have said, when you get in touch with the Director General, Kalro, should be able to be guided towards the process of engaging with us and moving towards commercialization of these products. And we shall together serve the farmers. Don't know whether Dr. Maichomo can add 1 or 2 words on this, 2 other products that we have, so that I alone do not say everything about livestock. Dr. Maichomo, please. Thank you very much. I'll leave the floor to my colleague, Dr. Maichomo, on the ECF vaccine and also on the other products that depends on it. Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm glad for this audience and the opportunity to talk about what we do in the Veterinary Research Institute. We deal with technologies about to alleviate diseases in livestock. So number one, we have livestock, both dairy and beef production systems. East Coast fever is a vector-borne disease that is transmitted by a tick, and annually, the estimation is that it kills several millions of cattle below 1 year. Because our nation is endemic for specifically the Lilia, the tick that transmit the Lilia puffer. So we have a product that we do produce. That's the East Coast fever vaccine. It's a crude vaccine, and therefore it's only produced in Kalro. Some other products have been off-roaded or done in collaboration with Kivibapi, our national vaccine producer. But this specific one is only produced in Kalro. It is in high demand for use in both dairy and beef production areas, and it is sold to the animal health service provider specifically because it's a crude infection method. And so it's sold at a fee. So our challenge is that there is accessibility by the farmers is a challenge because of even the mode of delivery. So what we are looking for is to commercialize the product in a bigger way. And we lack a GMP compliant facility that is required for the registration and the commercialization. So that's one thing that we would like to get help to offtake that product in a bigger way so that we can resolve the challenges that are affecting our farmers. Treatment for East Coast fever is very expensive, and therefore vaccine is a very friendly way of controlling the disease. Number two, for the dairy farmers, mastitis is a big challenge. Actually, the most important challenge. And therefore, actually the bigger one is the subclinical mastitis, where the farmers are not able to identify it, but require some detection technology. So we are presenting a penside, we call it rapid diagnostic test that farmers can use, just a strip. I'm sure you've seen it out there. And then based on the color change, they are able to identify sick animals and then apply the husbandry practices like maybe segregation and the other management practices that are in place. So that's something that we hope to push to finalize and package and register for use by our dairy farmers. So we also invite stakeholders so that we can commercialize that product and we solve the challenges of mastitis by our daily farmers. Can be applicable both to cattle and to daily goats as well as the camels. That's why it's been validated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Monica. We'll have John Dungu to come and talk about cassava.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon once again. I'm John Dungu, research scientist at Kalro. Today, I'm standing before you to brief you on the evolution of the cassava seed systems in Kalro that's going to benefit the country and the region at large. The production of the cassava in Kenya and in the region has been affected by two major viral diseases, that is cassava brown streak at the coastal region, which causes the roots to rot, and also the cassava mosaic in the lake region and the western Kenya. Through that, we smart enough to come up, seed is reaching farmers, seed that is clean from those viruses. So traditionally before, and what has been perpetuating these viruses is that we've been using stakes as a source of seed. And we know that once stakes that are infected and are coming from one area to another, from farmer to the next, and they have viruses, then we perpetuate, these viruses. So the next level to address this challenge was to introduce the tissue culture in the country. But again, being a good system, it was a bit expensive and it's a bit slow, and it could not even be taken by cassava seed entrepreneurs in the country. So what did we do as Kalro? We came up with a new technology that is called semi-autotrophic hydroponics. That is being used to produce cassava seed cheaply, and again, in a smart way. This technology, semi-autotrophic hydroponics, from one node of a cassava stake, within 52 weeks, you can be able to get 1 million cassava seed. This is a big technology and it's going to revolutionize the cassava seed system in the country and in the region. And that's why we work with the cassava seed entrepreneurs. This is a commercial entity that again will be going to be linked. Remember, we are talking about a flour blending initiative in the country, whereby we should be blending our maize with the cassava flour at 10%, all the way to 30%. Where will this cassava be coming from? We don't have smart cassava seed systems. And that's why we are launching this today to welcome you to see this new technology that we have, and also to encourage the cassava seed entrepreneurs through our Director General to come see what we are doing. And as we draw all the way from the source to the end, to work together so that seed is available at all levels. So thank you very much for your listening.
I'd like to invite Kibet to come and talk about AflaSafe.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Today in the evening, probably you might have some ugali or some milk or some eggs. There's a persistent problem in this country with aflatoxins. Every season, even after a bumper harvest, like we've had a few seasons, even last season, you'd find there's rainfall when maize is being harvested in this country. So year after year, we still have a challenge with aflatoxins. When you find millers crying, they can't get quality maize for processing. Maize that is rejected up to 30 to 40% by millers goes back to the value chain and is taken up by farmers or even farmers give to their animals, which in turn is now we find aflatoxin is present in our milk, even in our eggs. A solution that Kalro came up with a number of partners is Aflasif. Aflasif is a very innovative biological control that is able to reduce the population of fungus that causes aflatoxin right at your farm. And this protection goes all the way up to storage. So this innovative technology is what we are promoting as Kalro. And so far, we've been able to have a lot of impact, especially with sorghum and groundnuts, which is being taken up very, very well. Companies such as who are doing malting are able to get very good raw material that they're using for malting and brewing of beer. But where we still have a gap and where work needs to be done is on maize, which is our staple food. And here now is where we need all the stakeholders to come together and sit together and look for ways to push and commercialize this product further and be able to reach every smallholder farmer in this country. This product makes a very good business case, even for any investor, because it has good profit margins. It is able to create impact very quickly to every stakeholder. So as Kalro, hopefully we'll be able to have more people coming together, chipping into this, and being able to protect the future of our generation. Today, if you go to the villages, you'll find very small children, stunted children. They cannot grow. The cases and the diseases and the burdening of the health sector is really a big problem. So support us, join us as we work towards this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kibet. I would like to invite Dr. Mdavadi on oil palm.
Good afternoon, our guests. I want to thank you for this opportunity that you have given me to propose a commercial value for oil palm in Kenya. Now, oil palm is not new to Kenya, and it is one of the crops which is edible oils that is at the heart of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda of the Kenya Kwanza government. And colleagues, partners and stakeholders, potential collaborators in this value chain, I want to tell you that the Kenya Kwanza government is positioned to ensure that we reduce the imports of edible oils. And one of the major import of edible oil is oil palm, which is about 90%. The others are sunflower, you have groundnuts, you have simsim. So those is a small percentage. But Kenya imports a very large percentage of oil palm or palm oil. Now, for posterity, I would want to propose to our partners that we be able to support in reducing the import of edible oils and, of course, sustaining for the future. Oil palm was introduced in Kenya in 2000, but it did not pick up because of the end, which is the marketing. But we want to put in place the strategies to ensure that the oil palm, which can produce 4.5 tons of oil per hectare per year, will be able to sustain the economy of this country in terms of oil. And oil palm, it takes you harvest for 30 years. So you can be sure that for 30 years, you have consistent, sustained production of oil for the country. So I would want to wish our partners to come in and support us so that we be able to commercialize this value chain for the soap, many other, even brooms. And this one will be a good for the women and the youth who can be able to take up in terms of diversification of incomes from this particular crop. I want to welcome you to Alupe in Busia. We are promoting this one, oil palm, and the Lake Region Economic Bloc counties, the coastal counties, and even now in the Rift Valley, oil palm can be able to do there very well. So our collaborators, stakeholders, please come and support us to commercialize this value chain. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mdavadi. Our next speaker will be Dr. Oduori on millets, the breeder.
Yes, thank you, Dr. McKinney, ladies and gentlemen. Like mentioned, my name is Dr. Crispus Oduori, and I think it would suffice it to say that I'm a pioneer finger millet breeder in this country, not just in this country, but in the continent. So, and you know, this crop has for a long time been listed among the orphan crops with very little attention given to the crop. But I'm proud to stand here and say that through the work that we have done on finger millet, it's no longer an orphan crop. It has a father in me, it has a father in the DG, who has supported our work so far up to this point. And it has been, let me say, like erroneously neglected because people did not appreciate the value of the crop. This is one of the most nutritious, if not the most nutritious cereal anywhere this world. It has got calcium content that is not found in any other crop. About 10 times more calcium than you find in maize and in wheat. And also the protein quality is very high, a very wide array of nutrition elements important in nutrition. And it's also a very resilient crop with adaptation across agroecologies. We can identify varieties that can grow well at sea level in the coast, and also varieties that can grow as high as Mount Kenya, that is in Nyeri. So it is a crop with a lot of potential, and I'm glad that people have realized the potential of this crop, and interest in the development of the crop is growing. So far in the work that we have done, we have touched on technology development, we have disseminated the technologies, and we have also tried to build the capacity of the stakeholders that we have worked with. In terms of technologies, I, as a breeder, have led the development of new varieties. You come to the stand and the pavilion, you will see some of the competitive varieties that we have released. I know one of the weaknesses of the crop is that the varieties, the systems that we have so far in terms of seed is self-pollinating, and this has tended to put off the commercial seed companies. But I want to say that this should not be a deterrent, because we know that once we build the value of a commodity, of a crop, then everything falls in place, the demand goes up, and therefore, even if you come in as a seed merchant, you are likely to do business. And a very good example is wheat. And we in the finger millet are trying to take up after wheat. so that now farmers, even the seed companies, can come in and make business out of commercialization of seed. So I want to take this opportunity to call upon stakeholders to come on board, because now that people have realized the value of finger millet, especially in terms of nutrition, it's one of the cereals without gluten. And now those who are conscious about health, the gluten-free cereals are the thing to go into. And if we sleep on our job here in Kenya, where finger millet is produced, it's going to be produced elsewhere in the Western world, because they have realized the potential. So I want to call upon stakeholders to come up on board, help, especially the seed companies, multiply the seeds, and those in the food industry to help us develop more products from finger millet, so that we build the demand of this very important cereal to higher levels. And if we build the demand, then it means that we shall be pulling now the farmers to come along and produce more, so that this cereal can play the role that it used to play in our food systems during the era of our grandfathers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Odori. I'll now want to invite Dr. Godwin Machari to talk about wheat.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, it's a pleasure to join my colleagues, the Kalro family, to welcome our partners and friends as we launch our second strategic plan. The story of wheat, unfortunately, you allow me, it's a sad one. Our country is importing quite a lot of wheat, 80%, 90%. So that in the last only 10 years, consumption has increased fourfold. Sad story. But then the good story is that Kalro and partners, and some of those are seated here, CIMIT and others, has invested quite a lot in developing technologies around the wheat value chain so that we can change that wave. Today, we shall be demonstrating some of these technologies. For those who have been in the wheat space, would I say the farmers, you may have heard of the story of the UG99, a race of stem rust that is so devastating on a wheat crop. And so when it was first detected in our country in the year 2004 or thereof, all the varieties we had, and not just for those for the country, all those for the region, and indeed, because we did the testing for the world, 90% of those were susceptible to that particular race. And the bad thing about the race is that when it comes, and especially for the small-scale farmers who more often than not are not able to manage with the fungicides, that UG99 race wipes a crop. When I say wipes, 100% loss. So the story is that Kalro, working with those partners, have worked to ameliorate that challenge by breeding for resistance. So now we have products, varieties that are resistant to UG99 and the lineage. We have another up to 13 races that are within our ecology or our systems. So those varieties are available. Today we have variety like Kenya Kasuku that was released just 2 years ago. We have Kenya Impala, Kenya Hyrax, Kenya Turako, and those we are saying are resistant to that disease. But it's not just a disease, because then just for like any other crop, we are thinking about yield. The varieties we have now have potential of up to 30 bags on average of 90 per acre. And so then we also think about the quality. For wheat, quality is very important. So we're also saying that they have premium bread making qualities because they have adequate protein content, 12%, 14% for most of those varieties. So I really also want to invite all of us on our exhibition here so that you can see some of those varieties. I also want to, through our Director General, to invite you to our center. For those who have never been to Kalro, please welcome, so you can be able to engage much more. But indeed, yes, join us in changing the story of wheat, because then we have the potential to produce our own wheat in this country and not depend on importing all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Macharia, for telling us the story about wheat. Now I'll invite Dr. Lusike to talk about the underutilized crops.
Good morning, everybody. Everybody who has spoken crops, those are my babies. So you can see how strong crops are. But today I'm talking about underutilized fruits. These are the fruits that we just take for granted. And one of the underutilized fruits is actually avocado. We have the jumbos. Yeah? Do you know the jumbos? The big avocado fruit. Am I talking to people or I'm not? Don't you know the jumbos? We've gone and collected them, and there's some with up to 71% oil. So we're targeting the oil now for the jumbos. But the underutilized fruits you wanted me to talk about are many, guava being one of them. Today we're displaying gooseberry, and most of the times when you talk about gooseberry, people have no idea what you're talking about. But when I say Navi, Chimbunwe, Chelolo, Nyatongolo, Chinsobosobo, Surubali, Buni, now you're laughing. Because we know of these fruits when we were children. But now we're forgotten because we've destroyed our ecosystem. So we want to repopulate the landscape with these crops that are drought tolerant. They meet a better strategy in terms of food and nutrition security. They are very good in terms of commercializing and adding value from the nyatongolo or gooseberry or chimbunwe. That one you can make wine if you like drinking. You can make juice. I have some here. If you talk to me nicely, I'll give you a bottle. You can make jam. You can dry the seeds. So you can see, and they're ready. They are so good for the youth. Chair, I have to take you there to show you what we're talking about. Because the youth will only have to wait for 3 months, and here they get yields for the next 2 to 3 years, as long as they're watering. So we're really out as Kalro, promoting crops like the dragon fruit. People have gone crazy about dragon fruit. We're working with a partner of ours. We now have 53 varieties of these dragon fruits. Even date palm, where the Muslims, when they're fasting, we now have a partner we're working with, and Kalro Katumani will soon have date palms growing there. So we are going in and looking at these crops that are so underutilized, but the value is so high because can you imagine one date palm can earn you, one tree, 140,000. Why are we poor? Chair, why are we poor? These are what we're calling underutilized fruits. And this is what Kalro is doing together with her partners to wake us up to look at another avenue. Kenya this year began to import dragon fruit. Dragon fruit is a crop from Thailand, but now Kenya is importing. And the way we're growing, we're also going to start exporting to South Africa. We'll soon be #1, just like how we're #1 in avocado. So these are the things we're doing with underutilized fruit. They start bearing like guava within a year, but the amount of money you can make is a lot, but they are best for your health and nutrition. Because guava, I can see many of you men, will keep your prostate healthy. I'll stop.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lusike. I want to invite Dr. Mwirigi to talk about the probiotics.
Thank you, Dr. McKinney, and good afternoon. Yeah, mine is simple, just to be able to give a brief on probiotic, which is a product that we are displaying outside there. The product, we are calling it Kalro. I'm not sure how many people have looked at some of the even yogurt that we consume, and there's something there called probiotic. Yeah, a probiotic is just an additive made of bacteria, which when you put in the product, it has a way of adjusting the beneficiary bacteria that you have in the system. The human gut and also the animals normally have a balance of the good and the bad bacteria in the system. So what we are doing in livestock is being able to provide our animals with an additive that is able to help them in terms of creating a good balance in the micro environment within the gut or the rumen in that aspect for the ruminants. And in that case, you're able to enhance what we call digestibility, because when the animals take some of the grasses, the fiber is not well digested. So when you have this probiotic, you're able to enhance the digestibility, and therefore the animal is able to absorb most of the nutrients. And from the experiments that we have been able to do, especially on dairy, we have been able to see even an increase or even a productivity of milk to up to 20%. So that means when you look at even the costs of using the probiotic vis-a-vis the output that you get, it is of quite value. So what we are asking is to be able to partner with stakeholders who can be able to come, and so that we can be able to take this product to the farmers and be able to help the farmers achieve this level of productivity. So with that, I say thank you very much.
Yeah, you have to know what Kalro is doing. Some of you don't know, and what we're exhibiting today. So I'll invite James Jeroge to talk about soybean and safflower.
Yeah, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to talk on soybean and sunflower, and this is a story I'll just add on to what Dr. Mudavadi said about the oil crops. So we are importing, and the needs of our oil crops, especially so the soybean, and we are importing about 95% of our needs. So that means we are just producing 5%, yet we have the ecology to do production of this crop. Already we have varieties that have good qualities. They have about 8 to 40% protein, about 18 to 24% in oil, and they can be grown in different ecologies. For those who have been interested previously, have approached us, and they have tested our varieties, and there have been an interest in those varieties to do or to produce some of the products that are required in the industry. These are the texturized proteins. We also know that we also produce soybean milk. Of course, what is big in soybean is the soybean meal that we use for the production of our animal feeds, that is for poultry, the other livestock, and even fish. So in this case, that is an industry that can be able to grow those other value chains. And I would encourage those stakeholders that with us, they can get some of this material and get it out there so that we can have production in those areas. The lowlands, where we have the irrigation schemes, and we can have production that can satisfy our needs. Now, apart from soybean, we have other oil crops, and one of them is safflower. Safflower produces about 28 to 35% oil, but it does well in the marginal areas. And you know that in our country, we have vast areas that cover that region. And some of these can be picked to do production of oil. And of course, the cake can also be used by the small animals or the other livestock that do well in these areas. So apart from the two, of course, the other oil crops in the making, and this we are talking about a castor. Castor is coming big for the production of the biodiesel. And
for this opportunity to tell the story of mechanization. I think I want to start my story with some few facts. Fact number one, 80% of Kenyans are smallholder farm. That's a fact. Fact number two, food insecurity and shortage will remain with us, at least for a moment. And fact number three is that 40% of our annual harvest are lost every year. I think those are facts I want us to live with. Now, mechanization is the only solution as we talk about solving the problems of food insecurity, the shortage of food. It's talking about scale. How well can we scale the productivity from 1 acre to 5 acres? Can you imagine yourself? I like the varieties we have. It's only that we operate these varieties under 10 acres. Could you imagine yourself, and these are the questions I also pose to you, can we grow millet 100 acres? I imagine what would you do? Could you imagine growing cassava 100 acres? This is the real story. Mechanization is one of the opportunities that could translate us from the current challenges of food shortages in terms of quality and in terms of enriching and generating more income. If you Kalro Katumani, under the Institute of Mechanization, we're working to support smallholder farmer to mechanize the processes they undergo, be it the production, be it planting, be it harvesting, and the threshing. And today, you will be able to showcase a few machinery meant for smallholder farmer that can be able to thresh cassava, can be able to thresh beans, can you better call Amri to help. If you walk across this country and find women trying to thresh their sorghum, grains, beans under a tarpaulin, please call us. That's a problem. That's a problem. Could you imagine how we could process what women can process in 2 days in just less than 3 hours? And we can be able to support. So we want to ask partners and through the support of our management to help us solve the problems that are within us. And we invite you to visit our Institute of Mechanization so that you can see the steps we are working to solve the challenges that we have seen for the last 2 decades. We are almost building a slogan that we send an ordinary traditional ore to the museum. I want to invite you to join me in sending that traditional ore to the museum so that we say once in a time we used to do like this, but in the 21st century, we can do differently using machinery. And by so doing, we can move away from food shortages to food security. I thank you and invite all our partners to support us to solve the problems of smallholder farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ketiem, for telling us about mechanization so that we can know Kalro is doing a wide range of things, research, not only crops and livestock. But now I'd like to invite Dr. Gishuru to talk about the latest institute on Mira cut.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, I'm Elijah Gichuru. I work with the Coffee Research Institute and Mera Research Institute. After you have eaten, fed well, don't sleep. That's why I come in to stimulate you. We only compete with the higher in trade in terms of coffee. And The other stimulant is Mira. I'll start with the coffee first. We started our research 1908, so you can see how old we are. We have very nice varieties. The leaders are the disease susceptible SL and K7 selections. We have improved with an hybrid called Royal 11, and we call upon anybody who can assist us produce more planting materials of Royal 11 to come. We work together. It's decentralized in form of grafting. It's only the seed which we are still struggling with. We are looking for partnership in tissue culture and production of the seedling from the seed is also decentralized and is a business venture. The next one is Batian. Batian is a true to type variety. So we have a lot of seed and you can get into the multiplication. If you need a lot of dollars in your pockets, coffee is the plant to have. You can see every plant as a small goat. By the end of the year, you'll be a very rich person. And we look forward to growing that value chain. Then Mira. Mira is a stimulant found wild across the country. You'll find it maybe up to Mount Elgon, Chulu Hills, Mount Marusabit, but where the home belongs is in Meru, Nyambene particularly. So it is a new scheduled crop from 2016. We are looking into all the science of the crop. We have systems within the country. We have a directorate in Alpha dealing with Mira, and then a research institute here. We work with the KEFIS and everybody else. So we have standards, codes of practice, and we are looking at the varieties. So one of the things is to look into varieties which deliver that stimulation to the extent that you need. Look at what it might do nutritionally as a green juicing option. Drive you, because you work with machines driven by petrol and electricity, but these stimulants are the ones who will keep you happy and drive and energetic throughout the day. And then look at misconceptions for those who think Mira has negative effects like in libido. You visit Meru and you see we don't lack the numbers. So we have made some collections of these varieties and we look into breeders. We have a wealth of scientists who we are working with because the facility itself has not been put on the ground, but the research, science, build up information is ongoing, using our scientists from the policy, breeders, food scientists, pests, and so on. We have looked into the pest dynamics, which is one of the challenges to farmers, and we have registered soft chemicals to use in Mira. You know, it's a product that you use directly as is. You can even pick it while you're on the tree and put it in your body. So we have to use the most soft ways of pest management. The best is when you grow it like our forefathers did, using traditional knowledge. So the place to be, see me behind the tent for stimulation of the day, coffee and Mira. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gishir, for stimulating us in advance. Okay, I'd like to invite Dr. Fabian Kaburu to talk about natural resources.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here to talk to you about Kalro irrigation, what we do in research in irrigation. And We have three major challenges and constraints in this country related to water. One is the fact that at times when it's rain or flooding, drainage issues are there. There's too much water that just passes by, and the farmers have problems of holding that water. The other problem is in drought. Soil moisture content is an issue, and you find that droughts are cyclic and sometimes very severe, and we really need to look at the ways of actually there's a problem of soil moisture. The other aspect is urbanization. But you find our cities bubbling with the populations, and with the time you find that feeding our people in the cities is a challenge, and we have come up with a way in which we can address this problem. So starting from flooding and excess water availability in times of plenty, we have technology like water harvesting, simple technology for small-scale farmers, whereby we have tailor-made water pan materials and dam liners that are fitted according to farmers' request. And they are transported to a site and they are fitted to the hole as the requirements of the farmer. The other one, if it is a bit difficult and the size is large and requires more detailed study, we can actually have our team to go to a certain study and actually be able to come up with a design of a dam liner that can actually be able to be fitted to store the water. On top of this, we have technologies to cover the water pan so that actually evaporation is controlled. And most importantly, we use renewable sources of energy to be able to pump this water to where required. Then we have improved irrigation kits, and drip irrigation kit was started by us in 1996, and we found that the farmers actually have adopted this quite very well in the country, but we still support them to ensure that actually that they do things in a better way. So in irrigation aspect of the farmers on the ground, application of the water aspect is a big issue to enable the water actually to be retained in the moisture. We apply super absorbent polymers to enhance application capacity to enable the soil to hold moisture for a longer period. Cocoa is another material that we are testing, and the farmers actually are able to sustain the irrigation time, and also the events are less, and you actually become cheaper to actually utilize this technology. And then in urban system, we have spaces in towns that are in the carports, in the in balconies that actually are free, that farmers can actually try to grow their own food. We have come up with the technologies that can actually be able to take up the vertical space and actually irrigate them, so that actually you have multiple array of the crops, and you find that you're able to grow many more crops in a very small area to take advantage of what's called vertical space. I'm very happy. Our farmers are here from Kajiado. 3 of them, please stand up, because they are the best farmers who have taken up the technologies. Bona Ryan and Penina and my friend Lydia. Wapigiwe makofi ya kulima kutoka. Asante. Thank you so much, sir, for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kaburu. We are happy we have our chief guest with us, and we'll have just one more person who's going to talk, and I'd like to invite Dr. Omondi to talk about the sugarcane and other sugar crops.
Good afternoon, our chief guest and other guests, Tamakini, my colleagues. Well, I just want to highlight about sugarcane crop and sugarcane value chain, just with a few statistics. The first is that we consume almost 1 million tons of sugar per year as a country, and we are producing 700,000 metric tons. So we have a deficit of 300,000 metric tons, which is normally imported. What has Kalro done? Over the years, Kalro has developed 27 varieties, improved varieties, which are grown across the different sugar growing areas. This country, we have 15 counties that grow sugarcane. Most of them are concentrated in the western part of the country, and also the Nyanza region, and we have Kwale in the coast that produces sugarcane. Now, the sugarcane that we produce, we had the traditional varieties, which were not yielding much, and they had low sucrose content. They also were maturing very late. Now, what we have developed, the 27 varieties that I've told you, we can go to yields of as high as 130 metric tons compared to the national average of 60,000 tons. So that is a huge difference. Then these varieties have got high sucrose content. The DG, through the Ministry of Agriculture, seconded me to one of the sugar milling companies in this country called Zoya Sugar Company in Western Kenya for 2 years. And what I realized that the millers want is actually not the tons of cane that we give them. They actually want sucrose. And if you give the millers varieties that are high in sucrose, they are able to produce much more sugar, and we can bridge the gap that I've talked about. At the moment, we are struggling to maintain our mills because of shortage of cane. And these varieties that I've talked about, which are high yielding, some of them mature in as few months as 14 to 16 months. The traditional varieties were maturing in 18 to 24 months. So if you reduce the maturity period, you have more cycles of cane that you can grow. And therefore, that is able to give the millers enough material to mill. Last year, between August and December, the factory is closed for 4 months. Why was the reason for closure? There was no raw material. So we are asking our partners, come and we get these early maturing varieties so that we can distribute them. The best approach is for us to work with the milling companies, which have got nucleus estates, whom we can give the breeder seed and the commercial seed that we have at Kalro, so that they can be able to give to their plant in their nucleus estates or contract farmers. In that way, they are able to get their money when these farmers sell their cane. So it's a very good arrangement, and it's a win-win situation for both the millers and the farmers. Thank you very much.
I'll kindly request the DG to allow me to call Dr. Kamunya. Before we can close, I know we had a list, but I think I'll close with Dr. Kamunya to come and talk about tea.
Our chief guest, distinguished guest, good afternoon. They say anytime is tea time. And even this particular time is still tea time. If you're stressed, take a cup of tea. If you're unwell, take a cup of tea. The importance of tea to Kenya's economy cannot be overemphasized. We know that like last year, we exported over 520 million kilogram of tea that generated over 180 billion Kenya shillings. And we also know that tea employs over 10% of the Kenyan population, as well as it generates over 23% of the foreign exchange. But that notwithstanding, that revenue only came from one type of product, that is the Black City tea that we normally take and put a lot of milk. Statistics shows that that going forward, even in 2030, that there will be always an excess of Black City tea in the global market, and therefore, and less consumption by 2%, meaning that the prices for this type of tea will continue being depressed. Therefore, there is need for us to come up with new products that will help our farmers earn more revenue. So what we've done as tea research, supported by our Director General, is that we have developed climate resilient diversified products for tea including purple tea, whose variety we released a few years ago. Right now, we are working on the second generation purple tea and 7 new products we have innovated together with the varieties that are suitable for this product, including green orthodox teas, white teas, yellow teas, oolong teas. Oolong tea is a tea that is semi-fermented between the black tea and the green tea, and also the white tea and silver needles. These are tips that will give our farmers between $5 and $60. So we've developed the technologies, and we have even developed the manuals for our tea processors to use for processing these technologies. And actually what is remaining is accessing market for this product. The market for some of this product held by China, Sri Lanka, Japan. And therefore, if we are able to access between 1 or even 5 and 10% of this market share, it is possible that we can generate over that 30% more revenue for our farmers than we are currently doing. Chief guest, I would also like to mention that tea value chain is one value chain that can be able to generate more foreign exchange for this country. The potential is huge. It's possible between now and the next 10 years, if these commodities, these new products that we are releasing to the farmers and educating our processors, including the newly licensed cottage tea process facility, and also the MSMEs, micro, small enterprises, micro and enterprises, if they go for these products, including food fortified products, skincare products, including the wines, the beers, it's possible that we can generate at least 1 trillion Kenya shillings for this nation as a next revenue. So this is what we've done. The varieties are there, and tea is also good for health. We have come and we are brewing purple tea for us to consume today. If you take a cup of purple tea today, you will enhance your lifespan by 1 day. But if you take a packet of 250 grams to take home, you will enhance your lifespan by 1 more week. So if you take this tea every day, it's possible that you'll enhance your lifespan by more than 10 years. So it shall be, if we take this tea without sugar and milk, it's possible that even we need not worry about the doctor strike, because we remain healthy. We only be confirming that we are healthy by seeing our physician. Thank you so much, and God bless us.
At this rate, we shall all turn to be tea drinkers. Yeah, so thank you very much for all those who have done their presentations. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, so we'll not hear about Kalro seeds, sweet potatoes, and other crops, black soldier fly, and so forth. So with this, I'll come to the end of this program, at least my session, and invite our Director General, Dr. Elrin Kilger, to take over from here. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makini. Our chief guest today, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Agriculture, Dr. Paul Rono, Chairman, Kalro Board of Management, Honorable Peter Werukinywa, and all the board members of Kalro present here today, representative of the President of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, all development partners that are present with us today, including the CJR, Kabi, Copia, and others, CEOs and board chairpersons of state agencies present today, the chairperson of Seed Trade Association of Kenya, STAC, and all the STAC members present, the representative of the regional commissioner, who is represented by the DCC Westlands, all farmers and farmer organizations present, the media, distinguished guests, staff from the ministry, staff from Kalro, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I know we are a bit late, but we are going to start our program and do it a bit fast. Let me welcome you to the launch of the second Kalro strategic plan. It is a pleasure for us to have you here because the previous strategic plan, the achievements in it is because of the partnerships that they have had with most of you and also being guided by the demands of our stakeholders. So I'll take a snapshot of the strategic plan just to highlight the key elements and key areas that are in it. I'll briefly introduce Kalro, and then I delve into the strategic plan, the resource requirement, and the mobilization strategy. And then I'll look at the impacts of the and achievements of the previous strategic plan. I'll mention our partners who are going to work with us, and then I'll conclude. So the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Act created Kalro in 2013. And the whole purpose of the creation of Kalro was to streamline the operations of the National Agricultural Research System, the NARIS, to effectively contribute to the growth of the sector. Our vision in this SP is excellence in agricultural and livestock research towards transformed livelihoods. And the mission is to conduct agricultural research through application of technology and innovation to catalyze sustainable growth and development in the agriculture and livestock sector value chains. Kalro's mandate as by the acts, I'm not going to read it, I'm going to summarize it. Our mandate is to support the agriculture or crops and livestock farmers by developing technologies, innovations, and management practices through research, of course, with our partners. Kalro as an organization comprises of 17 research institutes located across the country. These institutes are responsible for implementation of the research agenda through 21 research centers and 34 sub-centers covering all the agroecological zones of Kenya. And that is the map showing where we are. I know it's not very clear from where you are, but we are all over the country, from Marsabit to Kitale, to Mutwapa in Mombasa, to Msabaa in Malindi at the coast, Kibos in Kisumu. We are all over the country. So we cover the whole country. Our strategic plan is aligned to the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the African Union Agenda 2063, East African Community Vision 2050, the Constitution of Kenya, the Kenya Vision 2030, the Fourth Midterm Plan, the Bottom-up Economic Transformation Agenda, and the Agricultural Sector Transformation and Growth Strategy. Now, how we are aligned to the Bottom-up Economic Transformation Agenda is to be able to support food security and nutrition, to be able to reduce imports, to be able to grow exports. And you can see the value chains for each of the pillars. And in those value chains, we support mainly development of new varieties, disease control, pest control, climate smart technologies to be able to increase our productivity. Within the strategic plan, we have 5 key results areas. And I'm going to go one by one. The key results area 1. Please. Sorry for that. So the key results area 1 focuses on bolstering crop and livestock productivity and quality, advancing sustainable practices and technology in agriculture, and utilizing biotechnology for comprehensive agricultural development. The key results area 2 aims at advancing knowledge, dissemination, and practical training centers, as well as fostering county-level innovation networks for crop and livestock development. Key results area 3 is dedicated to producing and encouraging the application of socioeconomic data, conducting market research and policy development, and offering statistical expertise to aid in the advancement of the implementation of technology. In key results area is focused on enhancing human resource, financial management, seed production, infrastructure, legal and intellectual property services, supply chain, ICT, internal audit, corporate communication, security, partnerships, and activating funding for agricultural research towards increased efficiency, effectiveness, and productivity. In key results area 5, it involves defining research priorities for crops and livestock in Kenya and creating a funding framework for agricultural research. Now, in terms of resources, this strategic plan requires 55 billion Kenya shillings for the 5-year period, roughly 11 billion shillings per year. And we envisage that the funding sources will include allocation from the national government, grants and contributions from development partners, which has really greatly assisted us, private sector partnerships through collaborative projects, and internally generated revenue. Now, let me just have a snapshot of the key achievements in our last strategic plan, 2017 to 2022. The key achievements in the crops systems include development and release of 109 crop varieties. Quite a number of them are being displayed outside here today. We commercialized 47 crop varieties. We distributed 69 million clean planting materials of various value chains. We produced 9,470 metric tons of basic seed and certified seed in various value chains. We developed 250 crop protection technologies. We empowered farmers with climate smart technologies for enhanced productivity and climate resilience. And we developed 15 technologies to reduce post-harvest losses and sustain productivity. In the livestock value chains, we distributed several dual-purpose cattle breeds, sheep and goats. We also distributed 1.5 million improved indigenous chicken, a very popular value chain. We disseminated 13 improved livestock management practices and developed 29 and released 29 new grass varieties for livestock fodder. We also formulated 25 on-farm feed rations and developed a thermostable Newcastle disease vaccine, as well as 2 medications for trypanosomiasis and deworming. We also introduced beneficial insects like the black soldier fly for feed, the green bottle fly for medical use, and stingless bees for honey and biocontrol agents. We also launched the silkworm-derived feed, and we constructed a milk processing plant for research. And also, we developed a feed processing unit and also a hatchery for our indigenous chicken production. In the natural resource management area, we developed 2 integrated soil and water management technologies and installed fertigation systems in our systems to enhance production of both crop and fodder feeds. We also introduced weak irrigation system and also automated and solar-powered drip irrigation technologies, just to mention a few. In the mechanization, which is a big challenge, especially for small-scale farmers, we developed through our Agricultural Mechanization Institute a mobile hay baler, a multi-purpose thresher, and also a manual amaranth thresher. These are developed at our center in Katumani. Now, in the ICT front, which is the area we are really venturing into, because the biggest challenge that we have is that a lot of the technologies that have been developed through research are not able to get to our farmers. So to be able to break that gap, we have developed several digital tools that the extension workers and the farmers can be able to use. And to be able to do that, the first thing that we did was to install a big data system, which has assisted us in the e-extension platform. It is also assisted in farmer registration for the e-voucher development. We have also developed an advisory, what we call the CAO, Kenya Agricultural Observatory Platform, whereby farmers are able to forecast accurately the weather conditions before they plant or spray their crops. We also have a Kalro selector platform. This is a very important because what we came across is that a farmer goes to Narok, buys a piece of land, the rains come in April, I get a call, Kireger, I have 100 acres in Narok, what do I plant? So with this selector, if you go to whatever county you are in, you click on your county, your sub-ward, your sub-county, your ward, then you will get an array of crops and pastures which you can be able to grow in that area. Just to mention a few. So all these achievements we have been able to achieve because we are working with partners. As an organization, we are not able to achieve on our own. So we link with local, regional, and international partners, both for research and for fundraising for development. We work with our local universities. We are guided by our farmers because we do demand-driven research, and that's how far we have gone. So in conclusion, as we launch our second strategic plan 2023-24, 27-28, we remain committed to our vision and mission. We are looking at the future with optimism, recognizing the challenges that lie ahead, but also the boundless opportunities that await us. Thank you very much. So before I go to the next section, allow me to express my gratitude to the government, particularly the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, for their unwavering support. I'm also grateful to the numerous partners who are here today, who have come to be with us, to all those who have contributed to the development of the second strategic plan. Your dedication and expertise and passion have been instrumental in shaping this roadmap for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to welcome the new presenter of as per the program, and that is the representative of the regional commissioner, who is the DCC Westlands. Karibu.
Thank you, DG Dr. Gregra. Our chief guest today, Dr. Kiprono Rono, PA State Department for Agriculture, the Chair, Kalro Board, Honorable Kenywa, the Chamber of Commerce representative, the CEO, Council of Governors representative, Mary Mwiti, all representatives for partners, OCCs from all parts of the country, farmers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Mwai Gishero, DCC Westlands, and I'm here representing the regional commissioner who is engaged in other official matters.
And I'm here first to welcome you to Nairobi, for those who are from outside Nairobi. And those are from Nairobi. This is Westlands, and where we are is Kangemi Division, in a location called Kitusuru, and a sub-location called Roresho. Karibuni sana na muko secure. Thank you very much. Now, first I would like to thank Dr. Makini. Makini has been able to orientate me around here since yesterday. And I even thought he might confuse me as a doctor because he was just going doctors. So when I came in the morning, I thought you say Dr. Gichero, I'm Mike Gichero. So actually, I've had to interact with so many doctors within a very short span of time. I think I've never had such a chance. So thank you very much. And after coming, I'll just say this. Every doctor who came here said his area of specialization. Mine is security. And we have been partnering very closely with all institutions and agriculture in this area. Actually, we have so many chief guests. From up there, we have the VETRAP. The other side, we have KAGRIC, the Kenya Animal Genetic Resources Center. Down here, we have the Kapete Kalro. We also have Ahiti, on the other side, Ahiti Kapete, and we have Kalro. We have been partnering with all these institutions to make sure they are secure. And this is in line with the SDG 16. SDG says there must be peace so that you can have development. So we have maintained peace in this area with all those institutions. As you came, chief guest, you saw the OSPD around, we have Askaris around. And especially here, I've been working very closely with Mr. Kisa, who is in charge of security here. So that is our line, but I would like maybe just to mention something about today. A French pilot one time said, a goal without a plan is just a wish. So if we have a goal and we don't have a strategic plan, it will just be a wish, that goal. And it is very good that we are here today to witness the launch of this strategic plan for Kalro, planning for 5 years. I've gone through it, and there's somewhere Dr. Kirgila mentioned resort area number 4. You have mentioned security, which is very critical. So we are going to provide that security 24 hours, and that's our business. Maybe just mention a bit. I know agriculture more is covered in SDG 2 on zero hunger. We also have SDG 12 on responsible consumption and production. And also we have SDG 9 on innovations, which I've seen there, innovations, industry, and infrastructure. And generally we are here because I think we are fulfilling SDG 17, which is about partnership to achieve all this, isn't it? So we are, as a department for security, will make sure there's security around and ensure all staff work at ease. Let me just finish the last one. We have come from very far as a human beings, from the Stone Age era, where they used to use the tools like the art axe. Today, there's no chance of using the art axe and the spears. Today, the tool to achieve our goal is the strategic plans. It is a tool of management, isn't it? A tool of achieving our goals. So the tool we have today, unlike those days when we have spears and axes, art axe, the tool for today's mankind is the strategic plan, which I've seen is a very good strategic plan, and which will go a long way in ensuring the realization of the better, which number one is agriculture, the Vision 2030, the medium-term plan. I think all those areas are focusing on food production, which will make us food secure. Because as we provide traditional security, there must be human security, which is why we are here today. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, DCC. I now welcome the CEO of Kenya National Farmers Federation. Is he around? If not, we have to move on. The representative of the president of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry.
Our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Rono, distinguished guests invited here today, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. Really, it's my great pleasure to sit here today and listen to the wonderful presentation from all of you. This morning has really been great. I really tell you that this is what the private sector would like to witness and hear. I was wishing it continued more and more. The information you've shared today is, I cannot be able to express how impressed I am at the work that you are undertaking. I am Lucy Muchoki. I'm a national director at Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry. I'm also the chair at the chambers. I chair the committee for all the programs and partnerships, but I'm here today representing our chamber president, Dr. Eric Ruto. Beside this, I also sit at the advisory council of the UN Food System Coordination Hub, which is based in Italy. I also had one of your presenter mention about the aflatoxin. I also sit in the steering committee of PACA, Aflatoxin Control Program under the African Union. And indeed, I'm happy to hear the progress of the aflatoxin program that you're undertaking, which was supported a lot by PACA. I'm also very happy to note that I have had a long history with the research, and I respect the scientists very much. My first job was at ICIPE, where I was in charge of commercialization of research. And this took me into a network which exposed me to a lot of researchers and the work that they undertake. Today, listening to Dr. Kirga on the achievement of Kalro, I am very proud because I'm now witnessing a partnership with the CGR. We used to question a lot how CGR would have a lot of funding, and the kind of work that Kalro was undertaking was extensive with minimum resources. I hope that we can be able to support your resource mobilization as a private sector as much as we can. So on that, I was sitting in the board of ASARECA, Association for Strengthening Agriculture Research in East and Central Africa. I also sat in the board of FARA, Forum for Agriculture Research in Africa, the apex body for all the research in this continent. And beyond that, I also sat in GIFA, the Global Forum for Agriculture Research, based in Italy at the FAO head office. With that, I want to read the speech of our president, our chamber president, who would have really wanted to be here with you today. Unfortunately, he has traveled to do what we do as chambers. We go out to look for investments, trade, promotion for this country. Our chamber president today is traveled to a country outside this continent looking for more opportunities and the partnership that you're looking for. This is a speech today. The chief guests, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, KNCCI, congratulates Kalro on the launch of its strategic plan 2024-2028. This is a very critical, it is critical in defining the priorities for the organization and ensuring that it effectively delivers on its mandate. This period, 2024-2028, will indeed be critical for Kenya agricultural production, given the emerging challenges such as climate change and others. To effectively address the negative effects of climate change through climate change mitigation and adaptation measures, consolidation of efforts by government, the private sector and development partners will be very critical. KNCCI, for you who do not know, is the longest serving independent private sector membership group that advocates for the creation of a favorable business environment that support enterprise expansion. Our membership largely constitutes small, micro enterprises, medium and large enterprises, and we are in all the 47 counties across the country. Agriculture still remains a critical sector for Kenya's economy, accounting for 21.2% and 22% and 22.3% of GDP, and private sector employment respectively in 2022. However, in the past 2 years, agriculture has witnessed consecutive contractions, which can be attributed to several factors, key to which is the drought that ravaged the country. To turn the tide on this vital sector, access to finance is very critical. In 2022, the share of the private sector credit advance to agriculture was only 4.8%, a huge contrast from a sector like manufacturing, which received 21.5%, yet its contribution to the GDP is about 3 times less than that of agriculture. KNCCI encourages financial institutions to advance their efforts and innovations to increase access to financing our farmers, as also we continue financing the manufacturing sector. The use of climate smart technologies and innovations is a game changer for this sector. KNCCI applauds efforts by Kalro and other players in developing technical solutions to improve farm yields. We call upon the government to subsidize agricultural technologies such as solar irrigation equipment to improve access to farmers. Limited farmer data is really a key hurdle in advocacy. This is the area that KNCCI is supposed to drive in the business development. So KNCCI is really looking forward to partner with players such as Kalro, who have access to farmer data to enable us build evidence-based proposals and submission to government, private sector and development partners alike to push the interests of farmers and agribusiness forward. At the Chamber, we remain committed to supporting the agricultural sector through capacity building programs for farmers and entrepreneurs, facilitating business matchmaking, organizing trade missions and export, as well as issuing the ordinary certificate of origin for export. Kenya National Chambers is the only institution, the private sector institution that issue the certificate of origin for all the exporters. We believe in the agricultural sector. We believe the private sector demand-driven research, it would be very critical. I have heard a lot of you speak about commercialization of research, and we want to come in very strongly as chambers and mention that we want to partner with you on this, and we want to follow up this very critically and ensure that there's a clear modality of working with Kalro in this commercialization of research. KNCCI enjoys a cordial relationship with Kalro and is committed to collaborating on ecosystem, strengthening initiatives such as Kilimo Biashara Expo that took place in March. We reaffirm our support to Kalro as they look to implement the 2024-2028 strategy. We thank you very much for inviting us here, and we look forward to our partnership. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, to represent the development and research partners, I'll call upon Dr. Joseph Karugia from the CJR to give his remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kurega.
our chief guest, Dr. Kiprono Rono, Principal Secretary, State Department for Agriculture, Honorable Peter Kinyua, Kalro Board Chair, and all Kalro Board Chairs, members, excuse me, Dr. Eliud Kirega, Director General Kalro, representative of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Lucy Muchoki, representing Dr. Eric Ruto, Mr. Gishuru, the DCC Westlands, representing the Regional Commissioner, representatives of the National County Government, media, farmers, distinct participants, all protocols observed. On behalf of the CGIAR, I take this opportunity to congratulate the Kenya Agricultural and Livestock Research Organization on the launch of its second strategic plan. Thank you for inviting us, and thank you for the opportunity to make some remarks during this occasion. We also note with gratitude that in addition to the launch of the strategic plan, you organized exhibitions to showcase the innovations that are ready for adoption and commercialization. I think that's a very important aspect of this day. And these innovations cover both crops and livestock. And I think it's important to note that the innovations themselves will only contribute to the transformation of the agri-food systems only if they reach the farmers and other end users. So that's a very important addition to this day's program. The CGIAR is a global research partnership for a food secure future dedicated to transforming food, land, and water systems in a climate crisis. It's a family of agricultural research centers with headquarters and activities covering over 80 countries worldwide. It has a strong presence. The CGIAR is strongly present in Kenya. Indeed, two of the centers, that's the International Livestock Research Institute and the World Industry ICRAF, are the only country with headquartered here. The relationship of the CGIAR and Kalro dates back more than 50 years. And Kalro centers, as I said, present here. That includes those that are hosted by AURI on its Nairobi campus, also those hosted at ICRAF, and also at ISIPE. They include the International Potato Center, the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, International Food Policy Research Institute, the International Rice Research Institute, Alliance of Biodiversity and SEAT, and Wild Fish. We also have, as I indicated, staff in other centers based at ISIPE, ICRAF, including CIMIT and ICRISAT. Again, to demonstrate the close relationship between Kalro and the CGIAR, our Director General here serves in two of the top governance organs of the CGIAR. He is representing Sub-Saharan Africa in the CGIAR System Council and is also a member of the System Board. CGIAR works closely with Kalro and other partners to support Kenyan priorities and ambitions through integrated agricultural research programs referred to as initiatives. Globally, we have 33 such initiatives, with over half of them, indeed about 20 of them, with activities in Kenya, the most for any country in the world. Excuse me. More than 10 of these initiatives
actually have Kalro as their primary partner in the activities that they're implementing in the country. Over time, Kalro and the CGIAR partnership has delivered a variety of results with significant contributions to the transformation of the agri-food system in Kenya. And I think during the presentations earlier today, my numbers may be wrong, Mr. our chief guest, but I think half of them mentioned a CGIAR center as a partner, and I think the other half just forgot. So examples of important contributions and research outputs include novel vaccines. We heard about ECF and others for animal diseases, improved crop and livestock breeds, conservation of crop and animal genetic resources, natural resource management solutions, and innovations to address climate change adaptation and mitigation. And of course, evidence-based policies and strategies. Importantly, Kalro and the CGIAR have partnered to improve, to enhance the capacity of the country's national agricultural research system. A lot of people working with Kalro, working with the CGIAR in the country have been trained through this kind of partnership. As we look to the future, continued and strengthened partnership with Kalro is very important to the CGIAR. And recently, we embarked on a process to develop the 2025-2030 research and innovation portfolio. And as part of that process, Kalro hosted us here to listen to our partners from research and academic institutions to gather insights on how we can work together, how we can partner to deliver and to contribute to the transformation of the national agriculture and food systems in the country. That's input that will be reflected in the next portfolio that will be developed by our teams. Distinguished participants, with a future where hunger and malnutrition are rising and climate change is making it harder to achieve our goals, innovation and partnership offer humanity the best hope and recognize
chairman of state corporations, other than, of course, the chairman of Kalro board, Mr. Chevno Karibu.
Our chief guest, Dr. Rono, chair board, Kalro, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. I am here to represent other chairs and to say that Kalro is the umbilical cord that connects us through CRI. Coffee Research Institute is tasked with producing seeds that can be planted to produce coffee. And when the director was here, he did emphasize that coffee is a lucrative crop. I want to say more. If you want to be rich without any suspicion, be a coffee farmer. If you do 2.5 acres, you'll drive a Premium. If you do 5 acres well, you'll drive a Harrier. If you do 10 acres, you have a Prado. And this is an area that is not disputed. It is the only crop that when you are carrying your produce, the DCC will assign armed policemen to take care of you. It's there in law. And to watch Kenyans. It's very unfortunate that as a country, for the last 30 years, we've reduced our position from being number 10 to being others. We used to do about 10% of the global produce. Today, we are doing less than 0.5%. Members who have come here today, it's our job to take back this country to that honorable position. And I want to say that it's nice that it's under better. We want to empower all our rural communities in the 3 counties to be coffee farmers. And out of that, you know very well how each time you are approached from the rural areas that we need some money for a fundraising for this and this. With the coffee, there will be no more asking your support. At the moment, the reforms that have been initiated by the presidency have made coffee the only crop that farmers earn in dollars. And you know, that's why even the dollar has become weaker. Because the money is going directly to the farmers. So as Kalro, we want to say we support you, and we want to urge our partners that we have a long journey to make every or most Kenyans be coffee farmers. Challenge of seeds and also varieties that can withstand many diseases. We will want more support with the support of the government and other players that we should be able to produce coffee varieties that don't use any chemical. That will make us compete effectively in the international market where people are becoming more concerned with their health. Don't fear taking coffee. It's not like mirror. It makes you even more happy and more jovial. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Chairman of New KPCU. It's now my pleasure to welcome the Chairman of Kalro Board of Management, Honorable Peter Werukinywa, to give his remarks and also to welcome our chief guest. Karibu, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Dr. Our chief guest, Dr. Paul Rono, the Principal Secretary, State Department of Agriculture, Kalro Board members, my fellow colleague, Chairman of New KPCU, our development partners, farmers here in present and represented, all protocols observed. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you to this great event. It gives me pleasure to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to Kalro headquarters for this auspicious occasion of launching of the second Kalro strategic plan. Ladies and gentlemen, the growth and development of the agricultural sector is highly dependent on the generation and adoption of appropriate technologies, innovations, management practices for the many crops and livestock value chains of the sector. Science, technologies, and innovations are well captured in the Vision 2030 and its MTPs. The bottom-up transformation agenda better. These are also key enablers and foundation for the development of agricultural sector. Towards this end, Kalro is centrally placed, has the requisite capacity, and is ready to make significant contribution to the growth of the agricultural sector. The second Kalro strategic plan we are launching today was developed through a participatory and consultative process and strictly followed the guidelines provided by the National Treasury and Economic Planning. The launch of the strategic plan is therefore a very significant milestone for the organization as it underscores Kalro's and its partners' commitment to supporting the government development objective as outlined in BETTER. Through its implementation, Kalro aims to contribute to agricultural productivity, enhance food and nutrition security, increased income, and sustainable use of natural resources. Our chief guest, ladies and gentlemen, has already demonstrated and presented by our researchers and scientists. We have combined the launch of the strategic plan with exhibitions of our technologies and innovations. I therefore urge our partners who are in the field of commercialization of technologies to visit our exhibitions booth to appreciate the available Kalro technologies and innovations for commercialization and identify areas of partnerships. Our chief guest, during our board visits to several institutes and centers, we have highly been impressed by the great research out reach the ultimate end users timelessly. In the agricultural technology and innovation space, Kalro considers addressing barriers and risks that disproportionately affect youth ability to access opportunities and ventures into the agribusiness. We work with youth to remove the constraint that they face and empower them in areas of the value chain from farm to fork, where they have opportunities and competitive advantages. Furthermore, the majority of the youth are proficient with information communication technologies, ICT, and have access to mobile phones and computers. We will empower the youths to take advantage of this window of opportunity and increase their participation in value chain activities by helping them to access, one, the technologies and innovations and management practices. Secondly, the reliable markets and consumer preferences, information that enhance negotiation power in the market, or the financing opportunities. We wish to encourage the youth to take up the lead as the ambassadors in promoting and adopting our agricultural technologies in this digital age. With the abundance of online services, it has become possible to access and implement these innovative agricultural solutions. The younger generations generation growing interest in agriculture, fueled by the availability of information on various platforms, is truly inspiring. Through our extension services, which are e-extension services, we entrust the youth to serve as our trainers on the ground, actively practicing and sharing our technologies with the fellow farmers. Their enthusiasm and familiarity with digital platforms make them invaluable champions in driving the adoption and modern improved agricultural technologies, innovations, and management practices across the country. Our chief guest, the Board of Management highly appreciates the support that the government has continued to provide to Kalro over the years, which has enabled the organization to achieve its mandate. Further, Board of Management is very grateful to the government for providing a conducive policy environment to undertake the agricultural research for being a key guarantor for the resources provided by various development partners for the implementation of Kalro's research programs and projects. Our chief guest, the implementation of this second Kalro strategic plan is budgeted to cost 55 billion, as alluded to by our Director General, over the period of its implementation of 5 years. In order to obtain the requisite resources for the implementation of the strategic plan, the Kalro Board of Management will regularly consult with your office for the necessary support. I want to assure you that the Board of Management was adequately briefed and engaged throughout the process of developing this strategic plan, and the Board of Management commits itself to continuously monitor and evaluate the implementation of the same to ensure that the deliverables of the plan are achieved on a timely basis. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all our partners and collaborators in the implementation of the previous Kalro strategic plan, both for the financial resources and support they have given us. I want to assure you all that we will continue to seek to strengthen these partnerships and collaborations in the implementation of the current strategic plan. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Kalro Board of Management highly appreciates the Director General and his staff. And indeed, Bwana DCC, as you said, you will never find another place where you've got the kind of enthusiasm of people who love their job. We applaud our staff. They are passionate, they have the competencies, and this has been demonstrated by some of them even adopting to be called the father of finger millets. It is because of that passion. And we believe as the board that the diligence of developing this strategic plan is not just on paper. It is embedded in their hearts, and they have got they are going to have every effort to have it delivered. As the board, we appreciate it. I may not have had a previous opportunity to have all of you together, but today, I want to say it from the bottom of our hearts, we really appreciate the flag of Kenya that you are flying out there, nationally and internationally, and we believe you are equal to the task of delivering this strategic plan. We commit as the Board of Management to give you all the necessary support to make this happen. With these remarks, it is now my pleasure to invite our Principal Secretary, who is also our chief guest, to give his speech and as well kickstarters into this exciting journey of the next 5 years. Daktari, karibu sana. Maybe let's be upstanding. From where I come from, we don't just welcome people like that. We tunawapigia makofi ya nyayo. 1, 2, 3. Moja, pili, funga, fungua. Karibu sana daktari.
Asante sana, Chairman. Yes, I know it is very late in the afternoon. After lunch, it's almost lunch time. Is it lunch time or past lunch? You look very healthy because you are in agriculture, there is food. So the chairman of Kalro, Honorable Peter Kinywa, gave a very exciting speech, and the board of Kalro, the management led by Dr. Eliud Kireken, representative of different agencies in the Ministry of Agriculture and also outside, representative of CGRA, representative of Council of Governors, our friends and partners from the county government, the CEC's presence, and the all the senior officers from the county government, the big team from the national government, Ministry of Agriculture, the CEO's presence, and the senior staff. The other team is our key stakeholders and partners in this space. The private sector team, the researchers, and our farmers who are here, the chairman of KPCU, Mr. Chemno. You said coffee, spirit, and mira. I thought all of them are good and the same, but we promote all products, all our crops, I mean. Representative of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, representative of the regional commissioner, who gave a very nice speech with your team who are here. We really appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to recognize all protocols and welcome you to all to this great day. Let me not forget the exhibitors who have shown their style, their innovation outside, who came to be here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I know it is afternoon, it is line time. I guess the time is around 1 o'clock. It is 2 o'clock. You'll bear with us because we are discussing great matters, and your presence here is so important. And you look very healthy. I guess you have eaten food because we produce food, and you produce food. You must have tasted. And if you tasted tea, I guess you'll stay long. Tea research said if you tasted tea, you are assured of long life. I think we missed to say that. And it is like saying if you take an apple a day, the doctor disappear. I think he was telling us about that message. And healthy food and healthy living. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, I have a short, long speech here, but I intend to cut into some pieces so that we can do some justice in our discussion today. It has been mentioned in several meetings, forums, that agriculture is tall in Kenya. It stands tall and we survive because of it. In both our GDP and also matters to do with employment. Here we are, agriculture stand like that. Alignment to the survival of this country and also this administration in terms of alignment of the programs, it hooked to the SDG 1.0, 2.0 on food and hunger. And we believe that this administration, in terms of better program, has put up the best foot forward in bringing back matters to do with food security on top, because food security is the only program mentioned after national security to be a security topic. But looking at differently, food security comes first before national security, because without food, it is very hard to cover any nation. And that is why this administration has put food security first in the agenda. You'll agree with me, ladies and gentlemen, that you are dealing with a very important critical sector where when things go wrong, people refuse to reason. This is a sector whereby the strategic reserves of human beings, I talk about the stomach, when it is messed up, the brain refuses to work. And sometimes you see people putting on savouriers in their heads, even if they went to school, because things fall apart. When there is no food, there is no life. There is no, you cannot govern that human being. And that we have noticed and recognized as government, and within the Ministry of Agriculture, we have put food to come first, and we mean it, and we are serious. I want to request you, all statement mentioned here by different speakers, let it be actionable, mean what you talk about, because we are on a journey and on a serious journey. We may need in future to reduce the number of workshops, the number of papers written, so that we go to action. That is the space we are looking. There should be no more workshop, no more papers being written. We have written enough. We have held enough workshop. We have done enough team building. We know one another very well. We have knowledge and we have wisdom. Can we act? And that is the space we need to move as Kenyans. We need to move away from boardrooms. And acting, when you say you act, it is not very easy. When you start acting, you see smoke. Then you know that there is work, because there is fire. When you look at the agendas we put across by this government, there's a lot of fireworks in the 5 better agenda. And those fireworks tells you there is work. It is not very easy to implement an agenda on medical health. Someone else could have done long time ago, but they saw the fireworks that they may not handle it. But this government is bold enough to say, yes, it has to be done, and we handle the fireworks and we fix the problem of this country on matters medical. Same case to agriculture. It may not have been easy for any other government to bring down matters to do with food, cost of living, and address issues affecting agriculture. For example, I'm talking about subsidy program. You hear about the fertilizer program, and there is fireworks because government is working. So when I say we need to move, roll our sleeves and go to work, we need to hear that the strategic plans we are implementing, sometimes you say don't meet the standard. That means you are working. But if you are still saying we are very okay, we are what? And that is why we have said in the Ministry of Agriculture, we need to align all our strategic plan to the vision of this government, to the better strategy. And therefore, today's engagement and the launch of this second strategic vote, you see, the second strategic plan by Kalro is a step in the right direction in trying to twist and turn and align our programs to what we mean we must do within the period of 5 years. And as a Ministry of Agriculture, all agencies within the ministry must come out and check and dust their strategic plan and align to the current plan of government. And by so doing, it is not I work in the back. I know it. So today, ladies and gentlemen, as we witness this great day, which is packaged by our exhibitors, supported by our key development partners, the private sector and the government arm of policy. There's come a time when challenges need to be addressed so that we can move forward in a very coordinated manner. When you talk food, you talk population, you talk numbers. And when you talk numbers, you talk facts and figures. And when you address that numbers, facts, and figures, it means you are now very serious. But when you have a very long theory and a long statement, it means you are not yet there. First of all, by 2027, the population of this country will be close to 55 million. When you come to food in brief, when you look at the maize, currently we manage to produce close to 61 million bags of maize last year. And this year we are planning to produce 100 million bags of maize this year. The reason is by 2027, we need 72 million bags of maize to feed the population. Our population is growing and it will grow. Our land is limited and the environment we are really growing our crops is challenged. And the challenge before us is climate change. You know very well 80% of this country is arid and semi-arid. That tells you that matters to do with food is really a challenge in those areas. And that is why Kalro come to save the country in a way by ensuring that the research they are doing are research based on knowledge, research based on best practice, research meant to address and mitigate the challenges the country will face in food security, and research which are of quality. First box of implementation. Food, you start with farm input. I've talked about an area which is challenged, which is soil, which is the farm in a particular ecological zone. With the current stresses of climate change, there is need to wake up and stand as Kalro and ensure that you produce the most resilient seed varieties to mitigate climate change. A seed variety which will give us highest production, a seed variety which is resilient to pests and diseases. With those three components in our seed varieties, we'll be talking about numbers. And when it comes to matter seeds, ladies and gentlemen, we take this matter so seriously. Because over the last 6 months, we have been on a cat and rat game in trying to hunt for quality seeds. We ended up in a wording called fake seeds. We are sorry because it has gone to fake fertilizer story, which was not meant to spill after that. We realized that the seed we have, we are having a challenge on our seeds. We went ahead and realized that even the best we are receiving are not the right pesticides. I mean, the pesticides we are buying and using are not the right pesticides. We directed Pest Control Board to move with speed and ensure that the individuals who are doing such claims are arrested so that there is normalcy in agriculture and for farmers. This strategic plan, the team from Kalro and all the stakeholders ensures that we achieve on the right seed variety and the right quality. And with the doctors, which I heard there are many in this house and in your agency, let them earn their doctorate. This is a time to earn your doctorate, to demonstrate that you went to school. And I like the fact that some are adopting some seed varieties to be called by their names, because you mean what you do. And if you didn't earn your doctorate, then you'll be running around and giving us fake seeds. That journey must be witnessed in Kalro. And if Kalro fails us, they will have failed the country. Thank you, doctors. Thank you, researchers, all professionals in the line of seeds. As we move on the journey to transform this country on matters to do with food security, we know that we will not achieve this goal without the development partners, because research is a very expensive undertaking. And that is why we have all of us to use our skills, our knowledge, so that we can assist this country to produce quality, resilient products to support our food security program. Our partners, I know you have worked hard. You have always supported Kalro. I had a strategic plan, is 55 billion Kenya shillings for the next 5 years. And as a government, that is quite a lot of money. But I believe with the engagement of the private sector and utilization of the technologies which are now valuable, we'll be able to achieve on that call as Kalro. And by so doing, we'll achieve on what we are looking for as a country, what we are calling it our seed catalog and our seed bank for Kenya and the seed bank for Africa. In our last meeting, if you recall, the conference we have for African seed traders, which we had in Mombasa a month ago, the whole of Africa came to Kenya because they believe that Kenya is ahead. They came to Kenya first to see whether they can get seeds, because there are no seeds, not only in Kenya, enough seed, but also across our continent. Why? Because we have never taken matters seeds seriously. And we agree in that conference that going forward as Africans, we'll develop what is called seed bank for Africa. And with this engagement of Kalro, the seed bank for Africa, we agree that it will be in Kenya. I guess your strategic plan and the way you have aligned will, in the next pronouncement which you do every year, the African seed trade conference, in the next year during the announcement, we agree that there will be a plan or not that can be achieved. Then Kalro come here strong with the second strategic plan to take charge of that box so that we can avail seed, quality seed, not only for Kenya, but for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ahead in technology, and we believe that we'll conquer that space with the technology we have. The exhibitors who have really shown their muscles, their prowess on matters to do it, not only seed production, but even food. The government will ensure that they facilitate and support all the exhibitors and all the seed suppliers, producers, and all producers for other crops so that we achieve on the agenda for this country on food security. We have 29 value chain. All value chain are reflected in our agricultural strategy. Within the value chain, there are 4 which are on focus. We are talking about tea, which you had, which already we have a concrete program to take our seed production to the next level. But of important is matters to do it market for our tea. I know that there are 575 million kilos produced last year. We produced last year. And with that projection, it shows that going forward, we'll produce more and more quality tea. We have said we are going to put up a center for proper packaging of our tea. One is going to be put up in Ketepa, Kericho, another one Ketepa, Nairobi. An aggregation center, what is called common user facility for SMEs and young businesses so that they can participate in repackaging of our tea. The challenge we have had for a long time is that we sell our tea in bulk, and many a times they are not branded. If you go to the international market, most of us, or you realize that you will not get the Kenya tea you are looking for. I'm sure most of you are used to taking tea. They struggle get looking for tea, for Kenyan tea, which is of high quality, but it is very hard to get it. Reason, we don't package our tea before we export and we do proper branding. That journey has started and it is on high speed. And I know Kenya Tea Board with KDDA, we have agreed that we establish that center. That is one. Number 2 is on rice production. We agree that we need to have variety of rice in terms of seeds. Tea, I know tea research, you have took your space, but it is not so much challenging in terms of seedlings. Tea research has been there for long. But an area where we have a challenge is other products. And that is why I want Kalro to take full charge and produce seeds, do research on rice, so that we have the upland rice and these are the irrigated rice in high quality. And I was telling you about numbers to tell you that not all is well if we are only to depend on maize as our main staple food. We need to change and we need to look for other food like rice. That is a space which we are now as a ministry, we are looking at how can we produce 1 million metric tons of rice, which is required by this current population. But I guess in future it will be more because the youth don't like ugali too much. They are likely to go and buy their food in the shops. And rice is now a common one of those food sold in supermarket, ready food. I'm not saying we are lazy, but people like it buying ready. I don't know if we put ugali in the supermarket, will anybody buy ugali? Yeah, if we put ugali also packaged, or they are there. They are there. But there are so many questions about that ugali, but we are saying young youth, this young generation which is coming up, they like this fast-moving food. So it means rice, wheat is a space to move into as we support the population coming. And we are looking at more advanced engagement of rice in Taita Taveta. There's a lot of rice which is going to Tanzania and packaged. And then we are looking for rice farms in Hairo because I think we have optimized Moya, which we've been using for long. The third one, which is important, is the textile industry, which we are looking at cotton as one of the key products we want to promote. And cotton, we are looking at a close to 103,000 pails per year. And we are now moving to different land, different regions, especially we have 29, 34 regions where we want to grow this cotton, and we promote it so that we have self-sustained cotton industry. That is very important. The fourth one is edible oil. You know, we've been using close to 140 billion to import, Kenya shilling to import edible oil. But it's a journey we have started, and we have imported seeds. But I guess, Kalro, you can go an extra mile and give us now seed. The seed we got from Zambia is not enough, but we need more seed now for this industry so that our edible oil industry become vibrant. Now, there are others which are hot on the line among the 14. Now, we are talking about coffee, we are talking about paratram, we are talking about potato, the whole horticultural sector. We are talking about miraa, a very important industry. Even macadamia, a big story on avocado has come. And those are the key programs we want to roll out so that in future we have a sustained sector in food and also for our livelihood. So let me say this, ladies and gentlemen. Researchers, welcome to the research institution and work like a researcher. But please work with speed. I know we use old technology in research, but with the current technology, which is well captured in your strategic plan, I believe we can have a faster research model so that we immediately get enough seeds for Kenya and for Africa. The seed market is a market which is very lucrative. Everybody is asking for seeds. So Kalro, you are here, you are sitting on a coal mine. And Kenyans, we are also sitting on a coal mine. We want to engage all the lands we have in government to produce seeds and produce our crops. But I want to request the private sector. This is an area which, if you have never invested, you need to look into. We have also increased the price of production of seeds so that the private sector can make profit. I want to request that as we launch this strategic plan, one practical component which we must take home is to ensure that Kenya is seed sustainable. We have seeds for all crops, and we have a catalog because we have now a catalog for all the required seeds. And therefore, we build what is called the seed bank for Kenya and the seed bank for Africa. And I believe going forward, we'll have the seed to really grow the necessary crops for our livelihood. Ladies and gentlemen, you know very well that we will not sustain this population, the growing population, with the current plans. And one of the current plans which is going on is continuous production of our crops in what is called the 14 counties, which is highly tilted until our soil fertility is totally affected. And we talk about acidic soil. A time comes when we need to turn around and look at all other valuable land and appreciate that land and look at what is missing. And I guess what is missing in the rest of the land, 80%, is water. That is our next move as a country. We'll move to the arid and semi-arid areas of this country, where the land is virgin and they are only requiring water. If we move those big land in large scale, which you will see, then we'll not only produce food for Kenya, but food for Africa and food for the world. And will be truly a food basket for the world in future. You'll agree with me, the land in Northeastern, Wajir, Karisa, Mandera, Machakos, Turkana, and Paringo, and some areas which we call them arid, are land which, if we only irrigate, if you only take water there, then it will be a game changer for this country. That we are alert, we are aware, and we have started the journey. As we look at the areas we are looking for to support farmers, on the farm input, as you talk about the seeds, which we have cleaned the market, and now we have quality seeds, we don't have fake seeds. We are looking at the best practice to support farmers. And this new program for fertilizer subsidy has come at the right time. And it has woken up all of us to say we have been on a different direction. Now we are back to the right direction. All over the world, when you check, farmers are subsidized. And normally, there is a serious subsidy program anchored in law. So as a ministry, we have looked at this program on subsidy and say we need to adopt the best practice. And we are coming up with a policy on subsidy. And then finally, we want an act of parliament on subsidizing farm input so that our farmers are engaged in a more structured way to produce food for this country and also for the rest of the nation. So that journey of engaging stakeholders to see our best, we can draft a policy and an act of parliament on subsidizing farm input is on track, and that is the best approach in supporting our farmers. I believe when you grew up, you saw somebody toiling in the farm. And that person was very religious. There was no school. You didn't ask whether they went to school, but you saw your mom or your dad tilling. They are expert. Up to now, they are not like starving officers who wait for a bell to ring to go to work and be told from 8 to 5. They religiously go to the farm on time. They continue toiling in their farm throughout and produce food. Whether they are producing the right food in quality and quantity, to them it doesn't matter. It has come a time when the government has now realized that. And we are saying we need to support these farmers so that they can enhance their production, give them morale to support the big agenda on food security. Because as the population grows, we need to be creative and have a delivery model so that we can feed our population. That is item number one. The other item is, as we produce this food, we want to make sure that the farmer gets value for money. Is it value for money? No. What do you call it? Is it value for money or value for their sweat? We need to ensure that our farmers are not shortchanged, because after they have toiled, we need to agree on what percentage should go to the farmer and what percentage should go to other services. And we are looking at 80% should go to farmers of the produce in terms of costing. And this is an area, ministry, we are looking at to make sure that our farmers are not shortchanged, and we'll be running that campaign and that program to make sure that we get, if there are cartels, we get the right cartels. I don't know that they are the right cartels. Do you have right cartels? Or a cartel is a bad cartel? The name itself, there is no, or we have brokers. We need to make sure that the farmers are not shortchanged. And whoever will be doing funny business around farming to really make this farmer suffer and get almost nothing, I think as a government, we have put up a program to sort out such busy industries which are not adding value to the farmer. And at the end of the day, they harvest the highest value, and the farmer go home with almost half, if not a quarter of their input, of their produce. As we do that, you know, we started a campaign on fake seeds. Then it became a very big campaign when this campaign started. Then the same campaign also said, now we have seen that the seeds are not good and will rain on people. And we did it. We did it very well. Then we went to another campaign on fake pesticides, which it is still on. Then we went to this other farm to make sure that the other program, to make sure that the programs, all programs, including the fertilizer, all farm inputs are also of quality. They meet the necessary standard, which we have managed to clean the sector. And I want to assure the farmers now, the fertilizers we have are of quality, and all the actors who are sort of bringing bad fertilizers, I think we have managed to arrest them. But when we rain on them, they came with battery of lawyers. I don't know. They came with so many lawyers to protect them. And then some disappeared to hospitals, and they book hospital beds to say they are sick. So we are still following them to make sure they come out of hospital and write the statement. And we have given a notice to all hospitals to ensure that the criminals who are sleeping in the name of sick in the hospital or patients in hospital, they need to check whether they are the fertilizer criminals so that they come out and write a statement, because Kenyans are looking for justice. We feel for farmers, because imagine a farmer with very little money, just he has saved very little just for food for the children. And then he dashed to the shops to buy seeds. Then he get fake seeds. Then he rush home saying, I'm now okay, ready. He went to look for the fertilizer again. He get also now, and then you just go to farm and then wait for 6 months for the crops to grow. And then after 6 months, instead of growing up, they are disappearing in the soil. Ladies and gentlemen, is it fair? Is it fair? It's so immoral and so painful when you look at that person who is making money because of a poor farmer. I guess all of us, we need to team up and uproot such behaviors in our society. Mtu anakuja kuipia mkulima ile pesa kidogo tu, anadanganya, unajua ni game, anadanganya, anauma hivi, anaona kwa sita ameuma kidogo, anaingia kwa fertilizer ameuma, alafu anaenda kwa pesticides analeta again. Now, that is a journey we started in this administration because we are a working government and we mean what we said. And that is why you see fireworks. But it is not yet over. We are now going into a very big war. Again, there's a ministry under this government. We understand that also the food we produce sometimes may be having challenges in terms of the safety. And when we were bringing in the trials to try our food, we realized that some farmers have suffered for long when they are trying their crops. And there are some other funny actors who normally sell some funny pesticides. They look white in color. And when farmers spray on their maize crop, the maize dry in an hour. You only need to spray on top in 1 hour. The maize is very hard. You cannot even chew. And you go and consume. We are also aware that there are also some traders when it comes to sale of some food like meat. You get the meat is throughout fresh in the shop. Even if they stay for years. Have you seen those ones? Completely red throughout. We want also to train on them because we want to make sure that the food Kenyans are consuming are healthy and safe food. And those individuals very soon, a story will be told. Or not, and now they will appear in court, and now they will be jailed because we want Kenyans to consume safe and healthy food after we are produced as a Ministry of Agriculture. We expect the traders who are trading post-food harvest to ensure that they use quality recommended pesticides or drugs to preserve our food. And individuals who will be found to have violated that, I want to tell Kenyans, there will be another story coming very soon. Because we cannot allow our health to be played with. Because that is next to death. Unakufa pole pole, my friend. And that is why the Pest Control Board is stood up now. We want to ensure that you arraign all those individuals, all the butcheries who are preserving meat. We make sure that they are using the right drugs, pesticides or preservative drugs. The supermarkets also make sure that they are using the right method in preserving the food in the supermarket. And the supermarket, additionally, when the price of food come down, now price of bunga has come down accordingly. We know per 2 kg, we expect the consumer to benefit. We also know that the price of sugar through the government intervention and our factories has come down to below 120. We expect the supermarket to adjust accordingly so that our consumers benefit. And as these prices are adjusted to really address the cost of living, us as a ministry will be ensuring that we keep on monitoring. And where there are challenges on production, we'll communicate and we'll monitor what we call duty-free importation of food. We'll monitor that the benefit trickles down to the consumer. Because we have noted that when the government reduces some prices of some commodities, the consumer, the end consumer, still suffers. I don't know in the transport industry when the cost of fuel come down. How much is the fare? Imekuja chini or bado iko juu? Huh? We don't want this situation when the price of fuel go up. There is a lot of noise. When the price of fuel comes down like now, there is silence. There must be somebody benefiting silently. And the beneficiary is that biggest noise maker who always make noise when the prices go high and incite the public. But when the prices come down, they keep quiet. I think it is high time that government also will come in to really be with the consumers and protect the consumers. So, ladies and gentlemen, it was a very long story, but allow me to congratulate this team of Kalro. for having reached here with a big document. The second strategic plan aligned with PETA. I want to request the rest of the agencies in the Ministry of Agriculture to immediately move with speed, and within the next 3 months, they should have aligned all the strategic plan to the PETA agenda and be practical. I will not allow any more workshops and conferences which are not adding value to the plan and no resource for Kenyans when it comes to matters food security. So I would like to officially launch the second strategic plan for Kalro 2024 to 2028, amounting to 55 billion Kenya shillings within the next 5 years. Asanteni sana all participants. So we can go and
So we may be seated. We'd like to serve the cake after watch the clip. We have a clip which will be going on, and you'll be served with a cake because you know you can't celebrate without a cake. So you can just sit down and you'll be served with a cake, please. Thank you so much. You are going to be, as you are being served with the cake, we are going to have the vote of thanks. But just an announcement that after this, we'll all go to where we'll have a group photograph. Then after the group photograph, we'll go, the rest of you, because already you had gone to the exhibition, we have the Kalro staff, farmers, media, exhibitors will go to tent B. There's a tent out there. We have the VIPs in the cafeteria terrace that you'll be guided. And then we have the VVIPs. They'll go to the cafeteria, the inner room. So you'll be guided to go to those, to the respective places, and you'll be given a meal voucher. So what I want is to invite Dr. Elasia to come and give a vote of thanks. And as he does that, we shall be able to end our program from.
Chairman of Kalro Board. Farmer groups, farmer federations, and individual farmers who have joined us in this important day for the organization. First and foremost, I want to extend our gratitude to our chief guest, PS Dr. Rono, for actually squeezing in time and finding it necessary to come and join us in this second leg of the Kalro strategic direction. Again, I want to extend my many thanks to the Kalro Board of Management, which is captained by our chairman, Honorable Peter Weru, for actually shepherding this process. For they giving quite a lot of input up to this particular point. Of course, we have a wide range of Kalro partners here who have been mentioned in this, and those ones have been very crucial in some way or another that actually interacted with us when formulating this strategic plan. I want sincerely to thank the representative of the CGIRs who are actually present in this room, also for finding time away from their busy schedules to come and work along with Kalro in learning this second leg of the journey. Of course, I want also to extend our gratitude, especially for the DCC for finding it. He has been with us here since a couple of days up to this particular day and providing us support that we need for us to deliver on this strategic plan. Thanks very much, Bana DCC. Then last and not least is actually DG together with the committee that have worked on this strategic plan. It has been a long journey. It took us almost 3 years back and forth. So we need to again thank the team plus management of our centers and institutes and scientists who contributed immensely in trying to shape this strategic direction. So ladies and gentlemen, please just join me in giving the entire team a long standing clap. Now, with that in mind, Dr. McKinney, I think I would possibly invite you. You are always our chaplain to lead us in a word of prayer. Then we proceed to the next step. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will now thank God really. It's really been so wonderful. The Lord has brought us this far. Indeed, is Ebenezer. We are so grateful. So we'll bow our heads just to give thanks. And even in your own way, you can also continue to give thanks. Our dear Heavenly Father, we are so grateful, Lord. This far we have come. Indeed, you are Ebenezer. You have enabled us, Lord. We cannot take it for granted. We can't take it for granted, Lord, that you have brought us this far. So we say thank you. Thank you for each one who participated in this strategic plan. We thank you, Lord, for every staff member, every director, everyone, Lord, from the board to the DG and everyone, Lord, who participated. We don't take it for granted. The commitment we saw, Lord, in shaping this strategic plan, Lord Jehovah, we've not seen it before. And so we say thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for our partners who made it possible. They supported us, the development partners. Lord, every support we received, every collaboration, every strategic partnership, we also don't take it for granted. How I pray now, even as we go to our respective places, first we pray for the food. We say thank you for the food that we are going to partake. We ask you to bless it, to sanctify it as we partake it. And Lord, afterwards, as people go to their respective places, we pray for your blessings. We pray for good health. We pray for journey mercies because they came using various means to this place. We pray that will give us also another chance now to come together as we begin the implementation of this strategic plan. Give us even more grace. We pray for the support, the finances, the resources, Lord, that will require now to implement this strategic plan. We thank you. We honor you. In Jesus' name we pray. We gathered for the photograph out there. The photographers will guide us. And then there'll be a media briefing, but that will be for the high table.
You have my phone, eh?